PaperX just peering into the notes against Gen G. How well can they adapt in game? We will kick off map 1 of this best of 3. It's a rematch of the kickoff finals, and it could be a preview of upcoming finals as well in the future. Gen G on defense versus PaperX on attack.
No doubt, a duel of the fates, it seems to feel like, for 2024. So very excited to see exactly how this is all going to shape out. And already kind of a different look here for Gen G on this pistol round. 3 right down to B.
Ooh. And
I think they have a pretty decent read on what PaperX likes to do. You're going to see this. These 3 in particular play a lot together on this map on the defender's side. The Fade, the Raze, and the Omen. The combos here really, really devastating with the Haunt into the Paranoia, the Blast Packs. The smokes are really well placed by Karon. I went back and watched some of the VODs of this map. I'm so impressed with the way Karon plays Omen.
Yeah, I mean, he's really grown into one of his own, and it's going to be a read, but Jing's going to get the first shot and leading in numbers as well. PaperX not going to pick up the tempo, though, with the counter paint shows coming out. Slows him down, and now just leaving a lurk. They will reset to explore other parts of the map. Now rotating over to Mound, they would have control of the revolving door as well.
This is huge. They get the heals off as well from Divine. So yeah, Mindfreak taking quite a bit of damage there in that exchange, but able to get him up a little bit. The door is open, and looks like PaperX is really highly considering a full-on C-exec.
Yeah, but despite the heals, of course, not all topped up just yet. Munchkin, can he get the nice shots in through? And the Poison Cloud comes up, but Forsaken, he still somehow crouches through, continues moving forward, dodges the bullets, and now Texture. I mean, it's a 2v3. No real point of waiting for backup. He's got to dwindle the numbers, but he's been checked out through that one-way. Meteor now on the backup, and PaperX, they've taken their post-plant positions, 3 spread apart with crossfires all the way through. But a nice headshot from Meteor, kicks things up, and before he catches the trip, he's got to get the second, down to a 1v1, and Texture already wrapping around. Gen G will recover the pistol round for a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I think PaperX is going to be kicking themselves a little bit after that one. Unaccounted for. That late push from Meteor, still at a Paranoia, still at a flash in hand. They weren't able to confirm any of that information, get an idea of where they're coming from. Divine just straight up loses that battle to Meteor. And certainly Mindfreak trying to do what he can, but Gen G there, well read, even though they lose that opening play there, Jing just gets a drive-by with the Frenzy. And even though they're able to heal him up fully, they're able to track the movements of PaperX quite nicely. Shift their weight over to that C site, and Meteor so clean on this map on that Killjoy. He's so devastating post-plant. He's so smart with his timings. He's so accurate. Such a difficult player to deal with.
And that's exactly who PaperX is going to be meeting up with here in round 2. Taking that ult orb on C, but they're not going to push just yet. Of course, set up their own one-way for a little bit of delay. Of course, a lurk already coming through for PaperX as well. A lot of movement around the map, trying to make sure that they have options moving forward. The alarm bot tripped, gotten rid of, and now took a little bit of damage on the side of Forsaken, but of course with the Sheriffs, they're just looking for these one-taps. They've pushed C, they've pushed B. Now setting their sights onto the A side, pushing Karon back on a timing.
And he's going to have a smoke back up in a second. Let's see if they can take advantage of that. They're going to try to make an entry of it. And Karon, knowing that he's all alone, just going to back off. Yeah, it's really smart of him. He knows that this is likely a death ball coming at him.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the eco, especially with PaperX and Texture, not going to greet it either. They recognize the push has come through. Karon just going to look to hold close quarters with a Spectre stuck on tree. But look at this. Gen G already aware of the possibility of a rotate back into B. Meteor, he's been blinded, but now he's got his sights back. Lakia there, but still a 1-for-1, 2-for-2 trade for PaperX. Pushing heaven, picking up weapons. Texture recognizes the danger, has to keep them at bay. Now it's all 3 members of Gen G pinching onto the site. Karon takes care of 1. The double of PaperX stuck on heaven. Texture just keeping them at bay until his teammates are able to pinch in. But Divine gets a kill on the drop. Karon hoping for backup from Texture, and they'll both get a kill each at the same time, recovering the anti-ego.
Yeah, great patience at the end from Gen G. This is something that has made them so successful this year, is they're rarely not attacking together when there's at least a couple players left. Like, the trades are great, the flank timings are really, really good. That means the communication is really, really good for Gen G. A great Paranoia from Mindfreak to bust this open, and a couple great shots to back it up. Left Meteor very uncomfortable there. Karon there working that Spectre very nicely against the Guardian, not giving it really much opportunity to find an easy headshot from that angle. So well played by him, buying time as well. So very nice for Gen G. So they get the expected win, but still a decent amount of damage done here by PaperX. Leaves it on only a couple Guardians, some Ghost, and 2 Sheriffs.
Yeah, I mean, you lost a Bulldog and a Guardian, right? Bought triple Guardians there to try to really snowball things forward as both teams trying to have a bit of a skirmish to control rubber. It's going to be a late delay from Gen G. We've seen a lot of teams adjusting to this. It's going to be a high-low from Karen as well, off of all the util masking the sound. And that is Rubble taken over. No weapons dropped on the side of Gen G. Just said upgrades coming through, but Forsaken, we've seen him lurk through so early once again from Baby Door. It's gonna be a triple. Can he get yet another ace? He seems to do it every time here on Lotus. And now Gen G spread apart, having to fight solo on either side of the map, while Paper Rex, they'll be grouping up as three. They don't want to make the same mistakes. They want to make sure that they're there for trades. But Meteor has led them on a bit of a wild chase all the way around the site. Texture gets spotted by the cam. Looks like, Gen G, they may not have time to really activate anything here with the remaining timer of the spike.
Texture able to upgrade the gun. Cannot win the duel against Devi, though.
And it's just Meteor, who doesn't actually have a weapon either, so he'll have to go for whatever damage he can get, trying to isolate the 1v1s. He gets one. Oh, I thought he might be able to get two. Of course, the spike's still ticking down. It's going to be the round win for Paper X.
This is a really interesting execute here. Not an execute, like a space take for Gen G, let's put it that way. They did not do anything quite like this when they played Talon. This is a very different look there.
But Talon did this against them, right?
Exactly,
a lot of that delayed retake of Rubble.
No, exactly. So this was like something they weren't really doing, and the combos they used here are a little bit different. Karon was rarely getting up on top of Rubble. It's usually allowing Texture to work the backside of Rubble, while Karon smokes for him and paranoias for him, and then the Fade is there to grab a haunt to try to get a reveal for Texture. Very different look. This is much more like what they usually do on these takes. You can see a Boombot this time to clear that space. Really well read here by Paper Rex. This was something Talon never really addressed, and Karen's going to go to try to get up top again. Paper X doesn't want to mess with this right now. They're going to wait things out, spread the map a bit.
Munchkin tries to reposition on a timing there, and something will get the peak. Munchkin recognizing that he didn't really have an exit, want to get close to one side or the other, but he will be picked off. That forces Gen G to reinforce their B site, and that's just going to leave something here as a distraction on the side of Paper X. They'll even open the door to make sure that backup does not arrive onto the C site. Meteor, can he hold on to this alone? But it's going to be a perfect paranoia, and he's been surrounded. He's just trying to stay alive, but it's too many members, and now the flood of Gen G that used to be so perfect has been broken apart into just a couple drops. Paper X, all alive, spiked down, and looking forward to a flawless round here.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to play against the speed and aggression of Paper X and the combos of all that utility flying in there. Time and time again, every team in the world that's had to face them has had to deal with it. And you never quite know what to expect because the timings are always a little bit different. They're always a little bit uncharacteristic from what you saw in their previous replays. Like they're kind of shifting how and when things happen with their utility. Like the Paranoia might come a little bit later, the Guiding Light might come a little bit later, things like that. Make it really difficult. You could see Meteor there just had no idea what to do on the C site. He's just trying to find some kind of safety, and there was none.
Yeah, and I think a lot of something that Paper X has learned as well is that Gen G will oftentimes be prepared for those trades, right? So they don't want to take any chances. If you're going to go into the site, we might as well dump everything we have. Make sure that we are coming out on top, because that is something that plagued them both times where they made up against Gen G so far in 2024. Take a look at some of these replays as they just barrel into the C site. Now, as we see the adjustments coming in on both sides, it's going to be Gen G who's going to be lacking the credits. We'll still have a couple of rifles. They're going to force up to a certain extent, just towing that line for a half armor buy, and of course a Marshal for Meteor. And we're not going to see any of the ults come line as Texture, of course, already sent to Showstopper.
Never count out Meteor with the Marshal. He's one of the best in the business with that gun. The deeper paint shells this time, no space taken off of it, just trying to bully them away a little bit, although the cam did go up here for Paper X, so they know that they can push a little bit further. They could take advantage of this site, which maybe Gen G is expecting them to have backed off a little bit. Now, Forsaken over towards B as well. Really important here.
Paper X, they recognize that if no one's pushing Rubble after that utility, somewhere else there has to be more info, and they're going to start to combat for that space, and Forsaken is going to have a great time to take over B side as the rest of the main force is starting to pressure A, drawing out a lot of utility from the defending team. During this, Forsaken on the minimap, checking out the entry points into B. Will he have a timing? Meteor has his eyes set, but Paper X, they just want to pinch in. They realize with the number of utility flying into A, it's going to be a safe bet. Now Jin going all the way far back, perhaps way too far ahead of his team. No backup there. A rifle drop for Gen G to pick up. This could be a bit danger. Paper X recognizing that, they'll start to push out.
That was tough there for Jin. Couldn't quite get his aim under control. Maybe seeing a little bit of that rust on him. Gen.G gonna realign for this retake. 3 gonna pressure Forsaken here. They've got a crossfire set up.
Yeah, it looks like Gen.G, they just want to make sure that they're able to pick up a couple more weapons before they go in, and look at that, a triple peek, high-low crouch as well, but now it's back to a double from the side of Paper Rex. They're not letting this go yet. Mind Freak will spray down the remaining members, and Texture all alone with a Sheriff, can't make the magic happen this time. Paper Rex will be taking over the lead, 3-2.
I mean, Mind Freak looking really sharp here today on this Omen, not only with his utility, but his shooting. Crisp as heck, 7 kills so far for him. Showstopper for Jing, a little bit whiffy, but you know, Jing just taking a little bit to get into it. We've already seen that after a couple maps. He felt pretty comfortable in the first go-around against T1, so certainly expect him to pick up the pace. And are we going to see one of those quintessential off-the-rip fast hits from Paper Rex? The double satchel, yeah, exactly. The double satchel into the showstopper. Definitely something to be considered for Gen.G for sure.
Yeah, Paper Rex, they've already taken him out. They're not masking any sound here. It looks like they're going to be ready for a Boombot scent as well, trying to make sure that Meteor cannot combat this. He doesn't have much to work with. All his Yuto already taken down, but it's Charon here for backup. Munchkin as well, opening the door. They actually get fired back upon. Mind Freak is just continuing the spree as he takes one down, and that opens up a timing here for Paper Rex to enter the site. Meteor, can he hold on to it? No, the flash is too good. The paint shells will keep him tied up, and the showstopper will make sure no one else from Gen.G can approach as Charon eventually gets taken down from the lurk of Forsaken as well.
Forsaken didn't have his gun out, and still Charon couldn't quite get him in time. So tricky to deal with. That showstopper comes out, and Forsaken's already lurking on your back lines. Ooh, the dig through the wall there by Texture.
Doing some damage, but there's just so much to get through, and you don't have much space to work with. Lakia will still be able to fire back against Jing, but a lot of that timer's already run down. The spike ticking away. They're still going to go for it. Prowler on pressure for Texture to run in, seemingly wanting to take advantage of that low health on the ding. And it's going to Texture. He lands just onto the tripwire, and at this point, Lakia, he doesn't have a way out either, just trying to fight for his life, making sure that they do not chase. And it's just the lone Vandal saved up. Forsaken on the hunt. He knows that he just has to try to go for a run and gun, but will not greed for it either. Stabilizes at a 4-2.
Yeah, it's really interesting because normally you expect Paper Rex to kind of just come at you off the rip, you know, when Jing's got a showstopper and things like that, but they're slower with it. They're not quiet about it because the footsteps were being given away. It's almost like Paper X is trying to bait out Gen.G a little bit to see what their reactions are going to be here early, to see what they can get away with. And when that double door opens, Mind Freak is so crisp right now. He's just ready for it. Gets one, does a ton of damage to another, and then Jing able to perfectly place his paint shells, use that showstopper to push them towards Forsaken. Forsaken a little bit lucky to get away with his kill on Charon, but still the ideas for Paper X are really, really good right now.
Yeah, just a lot of adjustment, having learned from their previous matchups, understanding that Gen.G will always have a plan to provide backup. If not, the site's going to be left empty, right? They have things like the lockdown. So Paper X not wanting to take any chances of dumping things into the void and then getting flooded upon. Really understanding the habits of Gen.G, and I think this is one of those maps where Gen.G is starting to get tested all the way to their limits. How much deeper does your kind of baseline fundamental playbook go, right? It's not about the set plays anymore, it's about how you're adjusting to the tempo of the opponents. We'll have to see how much their homework has been done as we take a look at round 7. The Econ once again quite broken on the side of Gen.G, just the lone Vandal carried over, and Meteor will be relying on a trusty old Marshall once again, up on the other side for something.
And these wins are so huge for Paper X because they keep those ults in a weird cycle. They're not able to really get those down and start cycling them back again, so you're just, you know, essentially eating through ult orbs that you would love to have. Instead, they're not able to really get like the Nightfall there, the lockdown as well in play in that previous round, able to find any availability to use them. That works so nicely in Paper X's favor. And by the way, this is a map where both teams are really good on their defender side, usually. Gen.G has been really stalwart in their defense on this. Now they're going to overstack C, kind of expecting that this has been where Paper X feels like they have a good read onto Meteor and his positionings.
Yeah, but backup all arrived, right? And this is even with that snake bite to try to fake them out away from A's site. It's going to be Texture who's trying to make sure he blocks him up, but he's a little too scared to fire the first shot. Wants to line him out, and that gives time for Jing to turn around for a double. Uncharacteristic of the star duelist of Gen.G to hesitate on the trigger. Let the round slip away. Charon, the rookie, last one alive, and Forsaken continuing the jiggle for another round win.
It's just incredible the timing and the coordination you can already find here. You know, you're just going to dive in with the shorty as you would kind of expect. But then you have Jing up on the box to cover you as well. So this executes so good. The late paranoia right on top of Munchkin there. Even if he had maybe gotten a kill on Jing or something like that, didn't even matter. But still, love what Paper Rex is doing. Really nicely timed hits. They're kind of waiting things out, feeling out Gen.G enough. And then they're able to do what you were talking about earlier, Will, that they're just dumping utility when they know they can get value out of it. And that's been really powerful. Big hit, trade, Meteor and Terra.
As well, Mindfreak trying to stabilize, but eventually goes down, and Paper Rex really choose to stay and fight. Forsaken wondering if the Prowler would spot him. It does eventually, but he's on duty now. He has to lead the forces as something's still sticking with the operator for the time being.
Here.
Both trying to open up the right side of the map. Targeting B-site and Rubble. Something's going to make a lot of noise, waiting for Forsaken to gain some intel in the middle of the map. And Gen.G, they don't want to fall for this. They're trying to make sure they group up all the way in Defender's spawn and make sure they don't let Forsaken know of their whereabouts. Spike plant, heard by Meteor. Going to Entron to drop, and it looks like it's just going to pinch even with the Nightfall to make sure. He does get tagged right at the end, has no audio. A little bit of that decay as well.
Still has the Blade Storm. That back pocket, Lockdown gonna have to be invested.
Well. I mean, Gen.G, they really want to make sure that they don't get pinched from the flank as well. They are prepared for everything, and Lakia with a snap on, but something with a flick to answer back. And now the Lockdown goes through. Still not enough time, though. The defuse already started, so some heroics from something, but a desperate round win for Gen.G.
And I mean, consolation prize, I suppose, for Paper Rex is you got him to use 2 big ults in a 2v3. That's like a huge win in my book for Paper Rex. Yeah, you lose the round to that early aggression, essentially. A great idea, great change of tempo for Gen.G to just kind of push out. And it looked like Paper Rex might have been somewhat ready for it, at least on the C side, but the B side caught him enough off guard. It was able to be a punch through for Gen.G. Get a much needed round win, especially with rifles in hand, to bank up a little bit of extra economy, because it is deep pockets for Paper Rex right now. They've got some ults again. Showstopper once again for Jing going to be available. You do have the Viper's Pit for Munchkin. See how he wants to use it, but I think he's going to be a little bit patient for it. You want to make sure that you aren't going to be cleaned out early. Maybe if they get a spot on you and the Showstopper in the right place.
Yeah, generally, Gen.G, one of those teams that does like to wait for a little bit of a surefire way to send that ultimate, even if it's on a timer near the end of the round, something like that. So we'll have to wait and keep our eyes on Munchkin. But like you mentioned, Gen.G's ult economy, a little bit mixed up, whereas Paper Rex, they've got their options even with the operator. Now Texture waiting on the C side for Gen.G with his own operator that allows his teammates to be ready with a trap play near Baby Door. Paranoia already spent though, so Charon just gonna have to wait for the crossfire. The tripwire sent, no reaction. Forsaken trying to bait this out. He knows that this door is open for a reason. And now the execute on through. The revolving door is going to happen. Wow. Jing sends it, uses the Showstopper as an extra boost to move forward, dodge all the bullets, and the site has just been broken open. So we do see a bit of a trade near Baby Door, but something is the guard. Can you get through him?
No idea.
The barrel. No idea. Lakia still hidden right by it. They sniffed something, but not how close enough it was. Now the retake. Gen.G, 3 members ready for the flood. Lakia just trying to draw a lot of aggro towards that Baby Door side. Draw them out into the open. Mindfreak going for a bit of a Hail Mary with the from the shadows. Meteor going to stabilize the shot first. But now the pinch. Gen.G, they hear his shots. And it's going to be a peek out from Texture, but he gets taken down. Mindfreak still going for it. Half already done by Munchkin. The defuse, they just want to try to stick it. But the spam's coming through, it's ticking down. You have to stick it now. And he's pinpoint on for the headshot. And Devi will clean it up. A 2v2 victory for Paper Rex.
Yeah, beautiful read here by Mindfreak. Been so good for Paper Rex on this half. Using his ult at the perfect time. Putting himself right at drop. An interesting spot to go. You might expect, as Gen.G, that he goes a little bit deeper with it. Have to invest the Viper's Pit. Try to make this retake a little bit safer. But the crossfire good. Texture just not quite able to find that shot with the picked up operator off of something. Now something is going to grab that judge. Finally probably going to invest the Blade Storm as well. Got that 3-man execute towards Rubble for Gen.G, but nobody from Paper Rex is even going to be in that destination.
Oh man, I love this from Paper Rex. Anytime Gen.G is weak on their buys, it's going to be Meteor who's targeted, but you can't count this guy out with single shots. He'll take down 2. It's going to be the Rays and Sky down something, also taking a big hit. And that will slow down Paper Rex. So Meteor, a bit of an adjustment there. Instead of waiting in the site, pushes out towards Mound to challenge them early. Allows his teammates to come for backup. And now B and C site have been flooded. They will be found through the neural theft.
And now they're going to change ideas. Saw too much pressure. Try to make it work onto B. Forsaken looking for the pick off the ping, but not quite able to find himself that kill. Plant going to be able to come down. Switch to the Vandal.
Oh, with the classic! Woo! Oh, takes him down. That's a rifle upgrade. Now Forsaken's lurk. Are they ready for this? They have no idea. Forsaken, he'll just take the 1 kill. He's happy to buy time to try to bring home this round victory. Tries to flick up, but that's a tough one. Lakia will be able to find that kill. Mindfreak dodges, and he won't be able to connect to the second one. Munchkin picking another with the Sheriff, and it's going to be the Thrifties of Gen G that return.
Yeah, the classic Gen G Thrifty. So good at this, and Meteor just a little bit further ahead than maybe Paper Rex was expecting. They got the ping off the flash, and I could see some level of potential preparedness there for Paper Rex that maybe somebody would be at that mound, but Meteor was just too fast and too good. And Forsaken tries to double pump a bit after he got that 1 lurk kill, but Lakia reads it perfectly, that he's still going to be trying to pressure that angle. So nasty from Meteor there. I mean, you can see they're firing at him, they're pre-firing, trying to get to him. Meteor's just too quick, too good.
He's been in that position so many times before.
He's insane, man. I mean, with those, like you said, the one-tap weapons, there's few that are better.
Well, now Texture, he'll have to get an operator bot from his teammates. They were trying to look for one, but little did they know, Paper Rex didn't invest in another in that previous round. And there won't be another this time either as we go into the last couple of rounds of the first half. Paper Rex still leading 6-4. Something dashes ahead of Rubble, takes all this space, and he's ready for it as well. Sees the tag, sees Lakia getting hit right through the Toxic screen. No idea what hit him. And now 2 members of Gen G still on the A side. But a lot of risk, tries to take the shot, but he's a little too late, only hits the Trailblazer, and another swing out, but Texture, good for another. Oh, that's going to be the double blast back, completely draws the crosshair away, and Paper Rex seems to have good control of this A site once again.
The reaction protocols from Paper Rex are so good. Right on the back of that Trailblazer to try to set something up. Yeah, he dies, but immediately Jing satchels past the operator, knowing that he's stuck in place without using satchels of his own to get out. There's no quick out for Texture there, and Jing and Forsaken take perfect advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely an honest moment of, was it a burr, was it a plane? No, it was Jing. But by the time he figured that one out, Texture was down and out. Now it's going to be the 7th round win for Paper Rex. Finally bringing some good old meta balance to the attacking and defending win rates to Pacific.
Yeah, it was about time. I mean,
we haven't seen this in
quite
so often.
I know. Lotus has been a super defender-sided map, but it is going to be the team ace for Paper Rex. They will claim a 7th round, at least a positive half, no matter what happens in the last one. Let's see if Gen G can make it 7-5. Money should be just there. I think. Not exactly sure for Gen G.
Mostly,
need to see another look.
So.
Yeah, I think they have just enough to get through with the buys. I mean, so nasty from Jing. What do you do against this?
Yeah, and then he still gets Karon as well. Karon trying to figure out where he needs to provide backup, but it's just too fast. And while Jing has to adapt a little bit, okay.
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna go for a Sheriff, a Bucky, and a Spectre on the side of Gen G, all to make sure that Texture can get an operator. Just so we're clear, he hasn't fired too many shots with that weapon in this first half.
No, it is quite the mixed bag here for Gen G. Try to see if they can shut this down. And look at Paper X kind of ping-ponging here, and it's so fast. They're already on B. Forsaken already taking space, already trying to see if they can clear this open.
And it's as if they have a hard read on this op-buy, right? The 4-sub, seeing that the weapons probably all over the place. We just have to make sure we don't run into the operator, nor any of the amazing ultimates on the side of Gen G. Nightfall gets used. 2 members will dash out, but something gets ahead of it. Doesn't need audio when he's up in the air, and it's going to be the showstopper trying to keep the rest of Paper X at bay, but Jing jumping forward, gets a lot more kills, and now just Meteor left alive. Picks up the operator. He's always been good for 1, but can he be good for 3? Not even a single kill, as it will be an 8-4 half for Paper Rex.
I mean, this is starting to look like 2023 Paper X for sure. I mean, yeah, there was some really good ideas here early on where Paper X was kind of baiting utility, trying to figure out exactly how Gen G was going to play things. You weren't seeing some of that same control either from Gen G towards Rubble that they were doing time and time again against Talon. You know, a lot of times Gen G, you would see the Fade, the Omen, and the Raze all taking that Rubble control early and then using that to kind of box Talon in. However, Paper X was kind of like waiting it out, and they'd say, okay, we could send something forward a little bit. Okay, they don't like what they see, they're going to pull back, and they're really brutalizing Meteor on that C site early and often, and that kind of set things off kilter for Gen G. It didn't really feel like they were ever comfortable, and then a lot of times, Gen G's been really good so far this year with anticipating like some of those deep pushes after a plant goes down, and they did a really good job absorbing that pressure against like Talon.
Sure.
But today, I mean, it's because it's Paper X, because they stagger so many things at you so quickly. It's so tough to deal with.
And the tempo changes as well from round to round. It's not just the old W gaming all the way through, right? Sometimes you're baiting out the ultimate. Sometimes you're trying to get ahead of it. Paper X definitely starting to creep into Gen G's head a little bit. Now Gen G will have to clear their minds as they now take the initiative on the attacking half. Toxic screen set up on A, the default screen to help take control of Rubble. And it's going to be 4 Ghosts, just a half armor for Charon. Looking to stack towards B. They will meet each other once again.
This is looking just like our previous pistol round. It's just different teams on different sides, but it's like almost the exact same setup. So you're going to rely on Forsaken for Paper X to kind of lock down the A site, get the info for a retake potentially, but it looks like it's going to be another brawl right at the front of B.
And they'll run into each other right away. The guiding light, it is going to be antied, and there's a Paranoia. Counter Paranoia as well. Do they recognize where it came from? No, they're going to spot Mindfreak a little too late, and their crosshair is shaken up by the Boombot as well. Double kill for Jing. The answer back from the door from something as well. The backup is there for Paper X. Now a 3v2, but of course the battle still 2v2 as Forsaken awaits the approach on the A side.
It's a pretty good read now for Gen G, moving towards C. Seeing if they can get it, but of course, as is tradition, Paper X not letting go of those W keys and just going to keep right at their heels, right behind them. Now Laki is watching it. Is he going to be able to get it? Nope, that's spiked down too.
Not quick enough, and Munchkin, he's afraid of the flank now, recognizing that they're pushing him from behind. You got to be afraid of where's Forsaken coming from, because surely it's going to be a pinch and a wide swing. Something's been loving those here at VCT Pacific as they continue the lead in the second half.
I mean, many try to brawl with Paper X. Few succeed. And I like it from Gen G. See if you can get a confidence win here. See if you can get a boost. But it just isn't ever really able to be dealt with. That Boombot not quite cleared. Causes some serious problems as well. So, again, the slight delay with some of these util timings from Paper X. They're playing off of contact with their utility. This is something they do so well, time and time again, that a lot of teams don't really understand or anticipate until they played against it, especially with Jing in there, because Jing is full-on confidence. He does not care at all what you're doing. He is going to take the fight to you when he feels like it's time.
Yeah, I mean, Jing is quite frankly overheat incarnate, but Paper X work really well with it as an active drone, and it also gets a lot of kills at the same time. So it's a bit unfair sometimes. But we'll see Gen G. It's not going to be this round as they are just sitting on a singular Sheriff, but can they stabilize in the upcoming rounds because they don't have too many left. Paper X are only 4 rounds away. We've been seeing the Outlaw a lot from Jing. He misses the first, he misses the second. He's in a bit of danger now. He's got to run away, but something is there with a Vandal. Gen G, you did not account for this one. The HLs will knock Jing out. As Jing wanted to greed for another off of the reload, but now back up a ride from Devi. Gen G, all their eyes set on something. He's trying to draw aggro. But it's going to be Meteor who's just checking. There's the jump peek, but it's going to be Devi who swings out first. And now just trying to spray down the close members. The classic comes into play as well. And Devi doesn't need the Paper X buff. He'll just get the kills himself alongside Mindfreak.
Yeah, there's just nobody else in the world that does these setups. I mean, Paper X just does bizarre stuff, putting the Outlaw up on top of the rock there, and then you've got something just holding the angle out in the open, and Jing sticks around just a little bit longer, and that's intentional. That's to buy some extra time there.
One enemy remaining.
To force kind of the hand of Gen G, where they say, okay, maybe we can isolate Jing, maybe he overstayed his welcome. Like you were just saying, sometimes he overheats, sometimes he kind of goes for those extra big plays when he doesn't need to, but it's all just bait for something. Even though he whiffs the shots, there's an extra layer there for Paper X.
I mean, of course, also the fact that they're double duelists, right? Both of them having that mobility to continue to extend that fight until Devi or Mindfreak, other members of Paper X arrive. And Gen G, if they can't get the kill right away, if it's not a headshot one tap, you gotta question whether you want to continue the fight or not, as Paper Rex, they love to drag it out in that mud fight. Now it's going to be Texture planted in rubble for this round. Gen G, they've taken over that space, but at the cost of quite some big util, like the Paranoia already being spent by Charon. Now planting the lurk into B as well. Classic Gen G coming out, classic default with this composition. Spread out the lurks across the map, see if you get a reaction. Now at 50 seconds, they still haven't cleared the Cypher setup though on C. That's going to be their next obstacle.
Yeah, it's going to be the kind of go signal for Paper Rex to start pushing the rest of the map. I like what Paper Rex did here, really tried to hide. Their setup.
Stunned.
Oh, they got him.
Trying to creep forward, but it's just not enough, and something clears that. And Gen G, they wanted to rotate back. They wanted to plant something in C, but now they'll have to just start to walk in and clear all these traps. They have no idea where Forsaken might be. They're creeping forward. They thankfully will clear out the Cypher, and now taking over the site. It's going to be a quick surround by Paper Rex. Revolving door and something now from Defender Spawn as well. Trying to clear the angles. He draws the sight of one, and that's going to be the cue for the rest of the team to start pinching it forward. Divide trying to draw aggro, but he goes down. Now a 2v2. Gen G, can they win the duels? It's going to be Munchkin who wins one. Now a 2v1. Mind Freak, he gets one. Can he get the second? The spray down not quite landing. And Munchkin finally gets one more on the board for Gen G.
He almost had that.
Almost.
He almost had that. I think he got a ding through the wall there. Absolutely bonkers stuff today from Mind Freak. I mean, he is playing some of the best Valorant we have seen. This Omen stuff, this is a huge win right there. If Forsaken gets one before he's traded, now, if you want to fault Paper Rex at all there and say that Forsaken gets a little bit ahead of things, but Forsaken just trying to see if he can catch him off guard a little bit, but fortunately for Gen G, they know, they're wise to the trickery of Paper Rex. They know that you never know when one player is going to be pushing ahead of the rest, trying to see if they can find that extra value. Texture out ahead, be grabbing that orb early again, but a three-man stack here. Got Jing, Devi, and Mind Freak ready to rumble.
Nightfall available for Lockett. He's set up for it. Now, are they ready for the close hold, though? So audio may not matter as much. The DK is going to be something they're looking forward to, trying to hold them, bottleneck them in tree, and so far Paper Rex succeeds just a bit. Devi trying to bounce back and forth. He gets sighted first, and Texture with a nice flick back around. He clears the entire site on his own alongside his trusty Boombot. And that should be a quick round for Gen G as they look forward to a 6th round win. Only 2 members left alive. Paper Rex, Bulldog, and Vandal in hand.
Yeah, gonna have to be a save now. Although Forsaken has taken a position. He's gonna try to find cheeky exit frag potentially. Something going on a bit of a lookabout. Just seeing if anybody's gonna come through there quick, see if he can get a freebie. Not gonna be given over there. Great execute from Gen G on the back of that Nightfall. I mean, I like what Devi did there, where he kind of sidestepped the Boombot and was going to hold the angle, but Texture just so fast. Then the transfer over on a Mind Freak as well, absolutely nuts. He's ready for the third, and that's round over. So, I mean, you've seen it time and time again this year that Texture can pick up these big multi-kills for you and just completely turn things around, get Gen G back on track to potentially make this a competitive map.
And that's something that really carried Gen G forward and impressed a lot of people around the world, was that they could take turns having those moments. And very truthfully, we haven't seen too many yet here on the first map of this best of 3. But Texture will put one into the highlight reel to make sure that Gen G's not out just yet. Paper Rex not close to map point, only 10 rounds. They can't sit on their laurels yet. And there we go. The replays are coming back for Texture. Trying to loosen himself up.
Yeah, he's getting the feel of it now for sure, and that'll help.
And he's like, oh, yeah, where's that? Oh, there's the tone. Here we go. This is how we start that song. He's back in tune.
I just love Texture, man. He's so funny on camera. He's just always singing or reacting. And
he's a jokester.
He is. It's great to see. So now you got to kind of rethink what you're doing here, because that extra space you're giving up at Rubble hasn't really worked out. It's intentional for sure from Paper Rex, holding back, trying to see if you can, again, get these contact reactions. But the Nightfall in particular, really challenging, even with the Paranoia and all those flashes and stuff that Paper Rex throws out. Is it enough to really stop the momentum of Gen G when they're doing that execute? So now you got to rethink. I think we're going to see some more Rubble control. I think that's something that obviously worked out in their eco round win when they had the extra advantage of having an Outlaw and a Vandal for Paper X when it was just the weaker buy for Gen G. So certainly certainly you got to be thinking about that. You also got to be thinking about these alt orbs. You know, one away from the showstopper.
Yep.
Blade Storm and the other thing not as important, but that's something you got to consider here as Gen G. That, you know, the mound hit. I think this will be showstopper given over to Jing.
Yeah, you get that quick and easy orb, and of course this allows you to set up Forsaken in a bit of a trap on A with the Cypher setups. Now really just trying to make sure that they cannot take over backside too easily, trying to look for the picks rather, upon the entry. Now Paper Rex, they'll try to funnel them towards the A side. It's all going as planned, but whether they can arrive in time is the big question. Texture goes in. Does he send it? The showstopper. It's not checking drop just yet. He's not wise to it at all. His teammates are going to start to funnel in. One gets seen, it's a burst, but only one, as Forsaken wonders where the double peak will be. Gen G thanking their lucky stars on that one, as they haven't taken too much damage just yet. Texture holding close from heaven, but I'm not sure if he was spotted by the Trailblazer. Not at all. He's hiding right behind the tungsten screen. He counts for one. That's one down. Tries to hide back into it. Jing goes way far. The showstopper not finding its target. Texture's still alive. He stabilizes for another kill. Might bring in this short. He won't find its targets just yet. The Nanoswarm keeping them at bay, and Gen G, they've got the post plants, they've got the angles. The Nanoswarm will be cleared by Jing. He's quick on that, but they have to push. They have to get kills. It's a 2v3. The spike is ticking down, and they are just getting pressured as Meteor gets yet another kill. The paint shells, but Jing only 8 HP. Gets one kill. Can he at least drop all the weapons? No, it's going to be Lakia who will get the last kill, and Gen G follow up to 7.
I mean, this is, again, Texture with just positioning this time. Not just great entry, great gunplay, but just a positioning thing that isn't accounted for. That, you know, you can see on the map if you were watching, Devi sends a flash towards drop that doesn't get any contact. So then they throw the Trailblazer, but does not see Texture. They're trying to set up Jing to find that player that's a little too close that he can blast back into, get that free pick onto the Flood retake. But the one player that probably you would have liked to have knocked out of that round, left unaccounted for. Great stuff there from Gen G.
Oh, and Texture finds sight of at least one, maybe both members, as he's throwing the paint shells as well. He's trying to make sure that they don't have an exit. Now baby door broken open, so they have an idea of where the exits might have happened. Gen G now stabilizing as Meteor clears mound on the other side of the map. They're really spreading their control of this attacking round.
Taken though, just waiting for contact off those tripwires. It looks like camera on the other side, something sliding over, but there's been no pressure at A, so now you have to kind of start to assume that maybe C might be being thought about. Spike's still in spawn for Gen G, so they're trying to figure out exactly what Paper Rex's bigger change-up after that timeout was going to be, right? The previous round was a little bit of an eco, so you expect that this is the round that really, you know, maybe there's going to be a response, maybe there's going to be a crunch out of Baby Door or something like that, but instead, it's all towards C.
Yeah, but I love that from Devi, right? They're aware that Gen G could rotate to either side, so on a timing, sends a Trailblazer that brings Jing over just in time before the execute happens. Is 3 going to be enough for Paper X? As we do see the spray coming in through the smoke. Nobody close. They 7 clear the second trip, but it's going to be something that draws the aggro first. Forsaken good for a double. Jing still alive on the site. Something trying to bounce back out as Jing flies forward, but Texture, he's just going in through aim training as all these targets fly at him. 1v2, can he get the clutch? He's already been spotted. He's going to plant with the help of the paint shells. Finds one, doesn't have time though. He has to stick the plant. Will he have it? He stops it. Devi knows, and he goes for the peak. Texture with the ace, and once again he drags Gen G out from the depths of hell in this map 1.
What are you supposed to do against that? That's unfair. He's just insane. Paper X does so many of the right things here. Forsaken, something, Jing, all there to try to cover for this. And yeah, he gets Forsaken. You know, Jing does a good blast pack, try to buy a little bit of bait. He gets up on top of the box. Texture's just better, and he plays this timing perfectly. Devi, you know, you kind of have to think that Devi might be trying to push you with the timing after that. Of course, he's fired up.
I mean, you see Lakia's face there too. His teammates can't believe it either. I mean, yes, he's your star player, but this is not normally Texture. And then he just chuckles it off. Just another round, just another day for the Korean duelist on Gen G.
Mind-blowing. I mean, the way he plays that time at the end of it too, just absolutely brilliant. You can see Devi a little bit befuddled, not maybe expecting that last repeak, maybe not quite reading the time situation as well as he could. maybe rethinking that one, but you know, you want to try to push him, but there just isn't enough space there when he starts planting right before that 4 second, right? It takes 4 seconds to plant the spike. And you gotta kind of wonder, all right, what's he gonna do? All right, well, I'm just gonna try to go to a different position, I think is what Mindfreak is thinking. I'm gonna let him get the plant, and I'm gonna reposition from behind that pillar and try to go somewhere else, somewhere unexpected. Texture just reads it perfectly. Now he's up to a positive KD after that ace.
Yeah, it's been a rough going so far in Lotus, but he's back on top, and now Meteor finds a pick on C as well. That will slow things down for Gen G. They know they have options. With the Cypher down, they can go anywhere. The immediate call comes out. They've been spotted, and something follows through. You have to watch out for this. Paper Rex, when they see an opening, they will not let go. They will drag you back. But Meteor says, welcome right into my arms. 2 down with the Outlaw. Tries to peek around the boom bot, not going to find an opening. Now he's just trying to play for time as the rest of his team is creeping into the site. Guiding Light comes out. Gen G has to make a decision. The call comes out to try to reinforce, but Meteor may not need any assistance as he gets another. Still only half armors on the remaining members of Paper Rex as well.
Yeah, this is not the fight you want to be taking with just stingers in hand for Paper Rex. So now they're going to back off and try something a little bit different, but Gen G hot on their heels, opting to try to take a little bit more contact. Love these Outlaws coming out from Meteor against the ecos of Paper Rex. Save a little bit of extra cash, able to cover the flanks really nicely with it as well. So this little adjustment for Gen G, it has caused Paper Rex quite a bit of grief.
30 seconds left.
This is just so good. They know that the Cypher was gone from C site, but instead of waiting to see if the rotates have already happened, you don't know if Paper Rex is split or not. They decided to just deathball it into the site, playing with the advantage of numbers. 3 inside tree, Meteor holding from afar next to Rubble. Mindfreak try to cause a bit of a ruckus with the Shrouded Step. They definitely heard it through the wall, but are they aware of where he might have landed? You won't get a reaction. Gen G, they are just patient. They know they are so close to trying to tie this up on Lotus, their map pick. This best of 3 in stage 1. Tapping the spike, Mindfreak recognizes the members, but Meteor's there for the flank. That's a 4K now. Outlaw picked up for Jing. He'll try to do what he can, but it's only got 1 shot left in it. He can't go for the double, and Munchkin will clean things up. That's an interaction I didn't really ever think about with the Outlaw.
Yeah.
It's a rough one for sure.
He had to gamble a bit there, right? It just did. I don't think it quite clicked with him. Or unless he's looking for the headshot, but
sure.
Yeah. I mean, still Meteor though, so good with it. 4 kills in the round for him. Getting tons of value out of that Marshall. And that gives you a little extra bank to utilize as well. Now you've got a lot of ults for both sides. Both sides of showstoppers. You have the Neural Theft and the Seekers. The Viper spent in the lockdown. So a lot of counter utility play. Gen G this time going to be taking mountain control with a TP in the back.
Paranoia out, but he's not going to land the shot. Devi will stop it, and that should stop the advance from Paper Rex entirely, as Jing will slow things down just enough for something. He's thinking about peeking out of this revolving door. Off of the Guiding Light as well. The team comms are right back in form for Paper Rex, as they will get another round. And I do just want to let Achilles know on the desk that Paper Rex finally got a round back once they bought the Odin. So, you know, I don't know. Causation, correlation, not quite sure where it lands, but it's there.
It is a very powerful gun in Forsaken's hand.
Wasn't exactly used at all in that round.
Didn't matter, but it was there. That's all. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Jing there gets so much air.
Yes.
And then the fact that he's able to, again, nobody recovers faster from landing after blast packs than Jing. He is just unreal at his ability to stabilize his aim. It's tricky to do. Now we're going to see that Odin come into play as the door is being pushed by Gen G. Forsaken somewhat aware of it, but not able to find any. You know, he found a little bit of damage on Texture, maybe. Okay, Meteor.
All right, Meteor. He's definitely had to play Jing a couple times before, but Charon goes down. So much damage done. Texture took a big chunk earlier as well. Now you wonder, is it even worth pushing for this Odin? They're going to try to draw that aggro over to the B side. This is all set up for Texture. If he can get a kill, they can immediately rotate back as well. But it's just going to be the Neural Theft, and Texture knows there's no way out. You have to push the B site. The post plant, they'll have to worry about that afterwards. As they will look to push everyone out. The pit used for one side. Texture takes over Heaven. The rest all choosing to stay inside the pit. So Texture's going to have to buy a lot of time before the retake happens.
This is tricky for PRX because There's no money left for Forsaken. Got enough to buy, but he's gonna have to fork over that Odin. Jeez, he knows these angles so well.
Yeah, I mean, barely just scrapes the cap off of Raze's head. But overall, Gen G, they get the read that with the Odin spam and no approach, that this might be a save. They read the credit situation here for the potential Odin. Want to do some damage. Of course, not entirely necessary. Lakia, of course, has his Nightfall as well. Other members sitting with enough to buy into the next round. So Gen G will let the round pass. 10-11 score line. We'll have to take a look how this impacts the next round as Odin saved over by Forsaken.
I want to ask you, Will, did you feel like Paper X was going to try that retake anyway? Like, did you have it in the back of your mind?
You know, yeah, somewhere in my mind. Until I really saw Mindfreak really sit at the other edge of the map, I'm like, well, they might.
Yeah, yeah. It's in your mind, right?
I mean, because they've done things where it's just Forsaken spamming and everyone sprints across, masking their audio. Like, they've done some crazy things with weapons they shouldn't have. So
Exactly.
You can never count them out, and I think that's why Gen G was a little cautious. But now, round 22, this is going to be the big one. Gen G continuing with their default opening to take over Rubble. And Paper X, they want to punish it this time. It's going to be a fast push out. Meteor, he's good for one. He makes the dash go away from the other. And now the backup has arrived for Gen G as well. They've cut off the forces pushing out of B main. And Meteor, if he can get that kill, if he had gotten it, the map opens up for Gen G, but something will back off.
That was close for something. He's going to have just enough time to get out, but he still has no help. Everybody's leaning towards A. The read a little bit off kilter. Finally, with that Prowler coming through, now they're starting to shift back over, and it's immediate change in direction from Gen G. They're working the map so nicely.
Yes, still a full minute as well. Now, the big benefit is, of course, Cypher set up on A, and Mindfreak understands he can't give up too much space on B main. They need to get that information nice and early. And so, Paper X, they will hold 2-1-1 spread out across the map. Trailblazer to clear mound on that timing. It's going to be the Odin pressuring, seeing if there's a reaction to smoke to help hit the tripwire. The Boombot will take the hit for that one, but the Nightfall, it's going to force Forsaken. Now, does he stick around? He tags one with the cam, makes sure that they don't approach, and that buys him just enough time to try to get away. Still no audio, and he has no idea that the rope's been taken. Busy with the reload on the Odin. Mindfreak takes over drop. Spike already planted though, and Gen G set up for the post-plant. Texture with a bit of a curveball, the wild card. Something might have seen him because he catches the barrel, chases him down, and immediately swivels for a second headshot. And now it's just going to be Meteor and Munchkin, 2v2, but the health not on their side. Nanoswarm buying time. The second one has to be launched right away. It's a lot of time bought. They couldn't clear it in time. Half not done. Now switching up that position, trying to push it. They actually just get it with the spray, and if Munchkin can't get it, it's going to be Meteor, who's just buying time. Still enough for Mindfreak. He tries to turn away, but Munchkin finds a sliver of an angle. They are tied up 11-11 after what seemed an insurmountable 10-4 lead for Paper X.
Yeah, I mean, Paper X trying to get aggressive early, trying to see if they can win some of those duels, but it's actually Meteor. The sidestep, something with an impressive double. But still, Gen G able to get into those post-plant positions, hold those angles just long enough. Trying to play a little bit of game of tap the spike and dance around as Paper X, and it doesn't really fool Gen G too much at all, but it's all that early game kind of anticipation of the pressure, dealing with it, then working the map nicely. Here we go, fast hit, now out the open,
and just right through the screen for Texture to pick up a triple. Paper X, they tried to adjust, and Mindfreak's holding on for dear life. If he gets a third, it's a totally different story. Now a 1v2 for Forsaken. Can he do it when Paper X needs it most? The setup all the way on C site, but the lurk from Meteor, it's faster than Forsaken might expect. He has no idea, and it's going to be the kill. 12-11, map point for Gen G as the crowd goes wild in Seoul.
I mean, again, Paper X tries to challenge a little bit sooner than they have been on this Rubble take. The Texture is so ready for it. He gets enough comfort with that initial hit, and no real bothering by the utility there. He gets ahead of the Sky Flash. The reveal from Lakia is so good. And then Mindfreak gets even deeper than Gen G's ready for, so he picks up 3 huge kills, but still the round win comes from Gen G, so it's either going to be map Gen G or overtime forced by Paper X. This attacker side for both teams has been really good, but so far Gen G's maybe just slightly better, especially with this showstopper coming into Texture's hands.
Yeah, and they know Paper X, they failed the fight on Rubble the previous round, so Gen G just calling them out on it, trying to pressure it once again. Takes the orb as well, sees if there's a reaction. It's a classic setup, and Paper Rex, they might have to go for a bit of a Hail Mary here. Just make sure that you stick to your guns and say that Gen G, they will try to push and pull us, but they are set up on rubble. That's the current call for Paper Rex.
And now you're worried about some kind of counter trap developed by Paper Rex in between rounds on this A side. I think something's looking potentially to get not just a pick, but maybe get an orb as well. Get that Blade Storm going.
Nice clear on the side of Mound, though. So now Paper Rex, they know for certain as his door is open that it's going to be an A hit. Forsaken, does he look for a timing? He creeps in. He hears the Cypher case, but that's just bait from Munchkin. The absolute 200 IQ play baits out the Cypher. Jing trades for something, but they've already lost quite a few. Divide trying to clear the site. Spike still not planted. The showstopper will have to be used by Texture to make sure they have enough time. 3v2 for Gen G. Munchkin holding from afar by Rubble. Tries to cover their bases. The showstopper sent to cover drop. Now Spike planted. Mind Freak, does he use the Cox screen against them? The smoke to see if there's a peek, but not quite just yet. Drop gonna be filled up by Jing. It's going to be a pinch from Paper Rex. Mind Freak's creeping up, and the barrel shows as Lakia turns his head. Texture gets the kill onto Jing, and Mind Freak knows he has to get it, but not in time. And the IGL of Gen G will close out an insane 13-11 map on Lotus.
It's unbelievable. And the comeback here from Gen G, it's that determination they've had all year, that never give up attitude. So many of their games have gone to 3 maps. They've gone the distance. They have played an insane amount of games already here in 2024. You can see that they are not breaking. They are holding fast. They are holding firm. Attacker side for both teams really good. Something I want to mention, it's been the defender side actually on this map that's been really kind of their bread and butter this year so far, but both teams having some great adaptations.
Absolutely. Paper Rex came out swinging with a lot of new ideas, with a lot of good reads, but they ran out of steam near the end, and we'll have the analyst desk coming on to the show to break down the action a little bit further.
And just when you thought maybe Gen G was gonna lose their map, they said, nope, this is our map pick, Lotus, and they bring it back. But it didn't look like it was going to be that way.
It looked really dominant in the first half. I think like all of Wars fought with deception, and Forsaken was a shadow. Like the way he was lurking around, Gen G, sometimes they just wouldn't expect him. And when they do expect him, he's on another part of the map, and it's just so confusing for them.
It was an incredible run back. It felt like the insanity of that Texture ace, which was effectively a 1v5, is what really cemented it. I will say though, for William, who was making a bit of a note towards me on the cast, and I'm saying this because he's walking past at the moment. They were looking good with the Odin, but I seem to recall that Gen G didn't use the Odin too much, and they happened to win this map. So maybe the Odin just causes you to lose. I don't know what it is. But this was a hell of a banger opener, and if this is what we can expect from Icebox as well, with the confidence of PRX to pick that map coming in, oh boy, it's going to be one hell of a series.
Yeah, both of these teams definitely did not let us down. 12 first kills on both sides, and I think you're right, Achilleos. The moment Texture got that insane kill, everything started to turn around. That's when you start to see Gen G's confidence. Coach Alex was saying that just now. Once Gen G gets that confidence, that's actually the most unstoppable thing about them.
Ridiculously, yeah. I mean, it's that confidence for sure. I mean, at the start, you know, they were starting to struggle a little bit. Paper X started to push out against them. Paper X won the pistol at the start of the second half. But slowly, Gen G started to, you know, switch up the pace a little bit. They got information with Lakia. Texture started to go in for, you know, those triple kill rounds. There was that one specific round where he got a triple kill onto A site off of Lakia's information and support, and then the entirety of Paper X couldn't retake anymore. After that, Gen G started to pick up momentum, and that's where the confidence starts to build up. Yeah, I mean, the turnaround from where began after, you know, in kills to where he ended up is absolutely insane. It was just, it was just a crazy turnaround from him, but Meteor consistent the whole way throughout. It felt like Meteor and Lakia were really the ones like holding on by a thread. We weren't seeing that impact from Charon, from Munchkin, from Texture at all that we're really used to seeing in that first half. But I think that, that rallying cry from the Texture ace is what really just got everybody on the same page. But I gotta say, solid efforts to Mind Freak, because God, from the whole map across, he was absolutely on point. He's consistently getting kills and just kind of anchoring down a lot of spots. Sometimes even in those clutch situations, like that one that we just saw, he's able to pick up a couple of multi-kills here and there
too.
just to bring his team back from the brink. And that really gives them the even odds that PaperX needs to sneak away with these rounds sometimes. The only thing is just that, although everyone from PaperX was chipping in, we didn't quite see that same kind of like in flow state highlight performance from someone that we expect, like perhaps Jing, for example. There were great entries, there were great performances, great team plays, but nothing quite as like magical or as highlight worthy as what Texture did.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I think that's just something that's going to take a little bit more time for PaperX to get back into that flow state, get back to having just the hive mind gameplay that we were seeing from them so consistently throughout last year. And I think that that's perfectly fine. All ready for them to come in, and then Alex, he was saying that, okay, it's 9 days for both teams to widely get prepped. He thinks that it's mostly even. I do kind of disagree, just given that Gen G didn't undergo any changes. It was just them going to the event, playing with this 5-man core, and then coming back and practicing straight up with this one. So I still would give them the edge in preparation for that. So for PaperX to still make that as close of an opening map as it was, I think is a clear indication that PaperX is back. They are going to be one of the teams contending to be top dog here in Pacific once again.
But is it going to be enough for them to win this series, though? I think that's the biggest question on all our minds. I'm still like a little bit bummed out from this first map loss.
Well, if anything, I think Gen G gave PaperX a taste of their own medicine. Coming back with a hero play like that and this turning things around when everything falls into sync, becoming their own version of their hive mind. And I know Mind Freak definitely has a girlfriend buff right now. She's here in the audience.
there
you can
go.
see her with Auntie Jing's mom. Now, Icebox. We have not seen PaperX play this in a long, long time. And Gen G, the last time they notably played Icebox was against Sentinels. It was the map they dropped to Sentinels when they were so close to getting that Masters trophy.
Gen G has played this an immense amount, and I was a little bit surprised to see that they were leaning into it as a pick as heavily as they had been, because it hasn't been the cleanest map form. It's similar to like Zeta with Ascent in the past, where like you go to this map, you get wins on it, but it's always a struggle. It's always so damn close when you're able to get those wins. But with PaperX, I mean, clearly they have a lot of tape that they have studied, that they will have studied coming into this one. So for them to not show it for the longest time and then feel comfortable enough to pick it into Gen G, they have to have a very solid idea about how to counter-strat this team.
It is a bit worrisome, though. I mean, still, everything that we know about PaperX, they prefer some of these like wider open spaces. They prefer to be able to work around the map. Icebox, it's like a little bit execute heavy. You might be able to work around mid a little bit, but other than that, mid has been opened up so much more because of that tiny little window around tube. And PaperX, we don't really know what kind of composition they're going to run. We had Jing with the Battle Sage before in the past. We had CGRS with the Gecko. What's it going to be this time? I mean, so far, 9 days of prep. Is Jing just going to stick to Raze, I guess?
You could. I mean, there's still solid entry paths on Icebox. I think that, and there's probably even more. I can't really think of any Raze performances that we've seen widely on Icebox since the changes came in. So there's probably a lot more that you could do. There's probably some crazy lineup you could do from mid and just completely land in window. You come straight up and then hook your way left into the window and just annihilate anybody that's there in kitchen or two. But I'd be curious to see what they are going to be putting together. If I had to guess, I think it is probably just going to go back to things that they had done before. But we'll have to just wait and see, I suppose.
I think you're right, though. I would be surprised if we didn't see something a little bit crazy, a little harebrained idea like we saw in Sunset with that Sage Wall and Monyet going up on the Omen. Little fun things that you see the rest of the Valorant ranked community start using afterwards. I'm sure we're going to see some of that in Icebox.
You probably could find decent value running something like Sunset Comp on Icebox. I think that you could just implement that, go no duelist, just add some more control and initiators into the mix there, have something play the Gecko instead of playing the Jet. And I think that you can actually find relative success with it on Icebox.
I feel like they still probably, I want to keep that Jet in, especially with something playing. But, that's the thing. You got this idea of a Gecko now, but still.
We have a game?
So, before we talk about that, we're going to talk about agents. Like, there's more to talk about agents.
Our ranks.
But we got to do our game where we will adjust our ranks. You saw this at the beginning. I'm currently at Diamond. These guys are gold. This is not our in-game rank, but our Pacific rank based on this question. I feel like we need to clarify that. Because these guys are definitely not gold.
Ooh.
They're better. They're much better.
Which player will record a higher kill count?
Yeah, so Texture or Jing will get the higher kill count on this. I think this is a... Do you want to talk to the process, or do you want to share your vote first?
Yeah, I'll just go for it.
Let's just go for it.
Okay. I got mine.
I got mine too. You
guys ready?
Are you ready? Wait, he's
Let's go. Let's show it. Let's show it. Show it. Show it. All right, you guys are all picking Texture.
How can you not?
I'm amazed. I thought for sure both of you were
We're
going to
going
say
Paper X?
Jing.
Come on.
No, look, we like Genji, and we like Texture too. But why do you actually, Quack? You should explain it.
I just said, how can you not? After watching that ace, how smart, how like calm he was, how zoned in he was. That has to say everything.
But what if he's playing a Sentinel? Then we're screwed.
Well, no, because he was dropping big value kills on GE last year. So even if Texture goes to play Sentinel, I think it'd be
Well,
totally
he's playing
fine.
an Omen.
But
The Sage.
Jing is
My
on
God.
Sage. Okay, so we're not
Texture
seeing a double duelist.
Okay, so this is kind of what I expected from Paper Rex. This is not what I was expecting from Gen G.
Duelistless comp?
So they're doing,
We're not diving in anymore.
yeah, they're doing what I said Paper Rex could do.
Well, that's a bit of a curveball, perhaps from the coach.
Yeah.
Okay.
Both sides are trying to cook for each other.
I'm not
Oh
gonna
my
lie though,
God.
this I kind of mess with this a little bit because we have seen a lot of players just be able to shift over to playing Omen and looking absolutely deadly on it. I mean, Tens is the biggest example
yeah.
of that. You get somebody that is very smart about their movement, about their decision making moment to moment, put them on Omen, they can absolutely thrive.
And Genji starts out on defense.
All right, we're going to go to Icebox. First time we're seeing from Paper X in a long damn time. Let's go to our casters, William and Paper Thin.
Well, everyone wondered what Texture was doing last year, but now the question's back as he's no longer on the duel list. Picking up the Omen, and the desk has talked about, you know, the shift. Yes, we've seen it. Obviously, Omen oftentimes used as a sub-dive agent as well, but a very new look from Gen G, where they've always had some sort of hard dive as part of their compositions.
This is truly shocking in a way. I mean, Texture is so good at Jet, typically very reliable with an operator. Probably still going to see him pick it up anyway, but you can always shift it over to Meteor as well. But on this defender side, really taking a ton of space, leaving the A side open, with just a little bit of the KJ utility cleared by Paper Rex. They're going to have a free plant. Now, let's see if they can hold out for this retake. Going to clear the nano as well, so everything open here for Paper Rex. Using that wall, make sure that this plant goes safe, but Gen G trying to figure out exactly where they're going to come from. Looks like mostly from their side.
Yeah, they're all just going to cycle back through screens. Now, something about the Sage, well, obviously very good in the pistol, but in general as well, it should be very good against the double flashes of the Gecko KO, as you still won't be able to fire through all the angles. Something just going to get a blind kill through the smoke. That'll dwindle down to numbers, and a lurk already in action by Devi. We'll keep our eye on that on the middle of the map, as he's already cycled all the way through, but the wingman's still going. That snakebite ain't taking away little bro anytime soon, and we've seen this too many times for it to happen again, as Gen G will get the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, just Paper X there able to get what they wanted, get into their post-plant positions, get the lurk, but Munchkin just too good on point. He's so confident on this map in the KO. He's just going to take that space, trying to get into your lines, trying to make it very difficult for you to get those post-plants that you want to get set up. And it's going to be Texture with the Outlaw, in fact. Kind of curious exactly who is going to grab maybe some of that long-range sniper weaponry.
Well, yeah, it's going to have some good value too, though, as this Force Bite comes out with the half armors from Paper X. Surely they suspect an Outlaw when it's Gen G with Texture and Meteor. So we'll see what ideas they have. It's going to be a high pop flash from the KO. Texture just throwing out the Paranoid to buy more time. Allows him to reposition a little bit. Something with the hard dive in with the dash, but Munchkin already there from behind the site, and Texture gets another with the Outlaw. Mind Freak's already close with the Stinger, and he's going to be able to kill Texture. Not able to stabilize in the smoke.
Spike planted.
And the spike will be planted. It's surrounded by the walls. Lakia finds the scope of one. Mind Freak going down. And Jing all alone. Stinger in hand. Judge and Bulldog to work with for Gen G. It's going to be the Dizzy that's used to clear away from Heaven. And now creeping in from Charon. The Judge actually gets the kill from about medium range from down below. and we will see Lakia pick up yet another point going towards his Thrash.
I mean, it's an interesting idea from Paper Rex. You send Devi, who's, I think, just had a ghost or something. It wasn't one of the other upgraded SMGs that the rest of Paper Rex opted for. But he just loses out to Charon. Could have been expecting some early aggression, able to use that against him. The rest of the guns not really revealed until they get on the site, but it's not managed very well by Paper Rex. Jing doing a good job avoiding the Dizzy, trying to set himself up, gets the dink and tries to re-aggress onto it. Fortunately for him, it's a judge that he's going to be facing in that situation. So now it's Stingers and a Vandal and half buy. So this Outlaw could get a ton more value as well for Texture on this A site.
I mean, the Outlaw, the Judge, it's all going as planned for Gen G. They'll even take the ult orb. Very nice and quick, 1 point away from that null command. And now they will back up the utility, letting Gen G know that this is an execute onto the site. Texture's holding close. He gets spotted by the dash, so he's going to have to buy time as Munchkin will take out one in the paranoia for support, but it's going to be Paper Rex that just absolutely overwhelmed Gen G. So he will go for another plant. This time, no Sage left alive, so no wall to block off the lines of sight. Meteor takes advantage of the long range, picks off the Viper, forces away something with the Nano Swarms, ready for the trade as well. Forsaken eventually wins out, but that gives time for Gen G, the rest of the forces, to push through. The Thrash will clear out all the areas, finds him, and he is detained. And forget any sort of disrespect, they will just be going for the defuse. Lakia barely lands in time to get the kill without taking any damage, but it's going to be the third round nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin's so devastating with the Guardian. Saw it a lot in Madrid and in kickoff. Able to find some value early. Yeah, Paper X gets the plant down, but losing some pieces of the puzzle along the way. I think it's Devi that started with the rifle in this round. That's so dumb. Munchkin, you're so good with that gun. It's not even fair. There's good trades here for Paper X, but the weaker weaponry certainly hurts. And a good start. Yeah, let him know, Lakia. It's a good start. For sure for Gen G. The force buy, of course, making that third round that much easier. Lakia pinging the orb, but not going for it. Gets slowed up and just backing off here.
Yeah, it doesn't want to take that risk with the slow orb and the utility coming out as well. Paranoia at the ready. This is a trap play set up by Gen G. They're going to push forward. The Dizzy tags him as well. They're ready for belt push, but Texture not able to get the kill just yet. So down to 4 members, 4 rifles for Gen G. A dash in, but something, he's been surrounded. Lakia tries to push him, but something's just waiting for that opportunity. And that allows the rest of Paper Rex to try to swarm the site. Munchkin and Meteor holding true in the back of sight, trying to isolate the 1v1s, but they can't get it, and the no command will just go down at the back. Charon not able to res as Munchkin eventually gets taken out. A 3v1. Charon, the rookie star, quiet in the first map. Can he find an opening in the second? Gets pinged, uses that against him, isolates one. Ready for another, goes for the repeat, but can't find Forsaken, already waiting wide away from the corner.
Well, tempo of this match certainly feels very aggressive for both teams. You wouldn't think so without a duelist on the side of Gen G, but they're happy to try to take space. They're trying to catch Paper Rex, you know, over-aggressing onto those orb touches. Munchkin's been aggressive on them earlier. This time, it's going to be Lakia who goes for it, wisely backs off. I don't know how something wins that battle, but then something peeks an angle. There's 2 players at Gen G there. He gets taken down. But on the other side, the trades are much better for Paper Rex when they swing around towards the box. Able to get some nice kills, able to lock it down, but it's been very chaotic so far. As obviously, we haven't seen Icebox from Paper X in quite some time. This push out Forsaken, good for 1, and out we go. Munchkin is nuts. How is he always so good with these guns? He's one taps.
Especially on Icebox as well, right? There's something about him. Turns that switch on, tries to stabilize a 4v4. Texture will recover that weapon now, and that could be the deal breaker, but no, Jing just shuts down right away. And Gen G, despite having a 3-1 lead, of course the econ very low. Munchkin gets the kill from afar as we see extra damage coming in from Charon with the right click. Now just trying to retake some space, but with the rifle recovered, when does Gen G call for the save? Try to bank up some econ once again. He's ready for it, sees the leg, and he will swing right back, trying to clear both corners at the same time. That might be the opening they needed. Charon eventually goes down. Munchkin, does he get the call that someone's close? Might have caught a glimpse of him, and he's going to get 4 on for the ace, but he needs to defuse the spike as well. Not sure about the position, waiting for Devi, who's oftentimes lurking, but not going to find him just yet. Devi will tease him with the timer. Munchkin just wants to take away the weapons one last time, but Devi will secure the round. 2-3 for Paper Rex.
I mean, what a round for Munchkin, though. Yeah, you get the win as Paper Rex, but you don't get much else. Lose a lot of players. In fact, Devi even goes down to the spike there at the end, so this is a great opener, but Munchkin's just so good. That's a nasty shot. Jing there using that wall to get up top, and just barely, they're able to get through it. Jing, when they used to play this map 2 years ago, was playing on the Sage a lot, so kind of going back into that comfort pick here for Paper Rex. No Devi on Chamber. I was kind of curious to see if we were going to get to see a repeat of it, but certainly in this current meta, Killjoy able to claim so much space, especially on your defender side. Keep so much information under your controls. Meteor to be the Killjoy on the B site. Be tasked with that.
Holding with that util. That allows Gen G to go for their defaults once again. Push out A, take the orb, and immediately they'll reset to mid this time for a fast rotate to either site. Texture holding A with the op. Swimming the Nano Swarms, and the null command comes through though, so it's not going to be allowing the Killjoy to hold onto the site any longer. Meteor actually backs out just to hold an angle, sees the gun barrel. The spike will get planted, but it's going to be Gen G, who already has so much space and a numbers advantage, 4v3. Now the alarm bot goes off. They know that they're still bouncing around the entry from green into the site. Yellow not cleared yet for Gen G. All of them grouped up. The paranoia goes all the way through. Should have hit something, but they can't find him right around the edge just yet. And Meteor, he's still running and gunning when he swings around. Something will barely get that kill with 28 HP. The snake bite clears it right at the end and the pit, but it's right up against the wall. The spike should be easy to spam through. Little bro tries scope for it, and Lakia swings out to assist the little bro, and it's going to be Wingman going for the defuse once again, 4-2.
I mean, so much damage done on the way in by Paper Rex. They don't have much for this post plant, so they're going to send Devi on alert. He actually does find a kill, but by the time he gets there, the pit's already in. What are you going to do against this? And it makes it so challenging for them. Okay, you get the 1-for-1 trade earlier. Meteor, great positioning, great footwork. And then Devi feels like he has to go for it. Had the lockdown, didn't really have time to commit it. Able to hold on is Gen G, finding their 4th round win. Now you've got a ton of ults available for Paper Rex. Going to set up for kind of a stabilization, seeing if they can maybe get that lockdown into play right around the corner. Texture watching for that belt player.
And the jump peaks trying to come in for Jing. Not sure if they quite spotted him clearly just yet. Might have gotten a ping on the mini-map. But at the end of the day, not able to take too much space. It's going to be the null command used as well, and Munchkin actually moves away. They're they're trying to just empty A site and see if they bite on the side of Paper Rex. Lakia hiding by the smoke. He catches the side of the blade, sir. Lakia wants none of that from something. Obviously one of his debut highlights here on Icebox itself. Munchkin ready with a flash drive and the Dizzy. The double flash is being prepared. Can they clear out the lockdown? The lineup, is it going to land? And it should just be able to clear that lockdown out. But still, so much utility used by Paper Rex. Gen G will respect it. Paranoia early to retake the site. Something should be wary of this. The Wingman clears the corner, and Lakia swinging around already. Gets 1 kill off the top of Nest. And that's the forward position for Paper Rex cleared out. Forsaken now wrapping around. They want to protect the pin, and it's going to be an all-out brawl right outside the pin as we see Gen G continuing to get the kills. Forsaken not able to pick up an upgrade to the weapon. Only Mind Freak left, spiked down outside of his comfort zone. And it will be defended by all 3 members of Gen G. A Hail Mary push out as the pit goes down, trying to recover it, trying to isolate the members. But Lakia is still around the corner, no time left. And it will be the round for Gen G as Mind Freak will get a consolation kill onto Lakia.
It's everything in the kitchen sink thrown at this round by Paper Rex. And they still can't get over the line. They still can't get that win. Perfect placement on that frag bet by Munchkin on the lockdown. That's a tough one to get sometimes because it has to land so perfectly because there's only a small circle that the fragment can clear just by itself on that lockdown that's right next to where it lands. So really nicely done by him to get that, having just a phenomenal map for Gen G is Munchkin in so many different ways. Setting him up really nicely there. And certainly Alex trying to get them back on track, but with all those ultimates used there, Will, now you start to worry about Paper Rex because even in a round where you you feel like you've got that opportunity. You can get that pit down. You can use that lockdown. Okay, it gets cleared. So what? You have the Blade Storm. You have everything you need to get a thrifty win, but it doesn't come through. Gen G's just too good right now, controlling the edges. I think Forsaken gets a little greedy, trying to go for that rifle up on top of Nest there. I mean, I get why he did it, but that costs them. You know, maybe it's safer to just play in the pit at that point and make sure you get the plant.
Yeah, I thought he had a moment, but of course, I mean, this is something that Paper is so good at in the first map on Lotus, was recognizing that Gen G will also never let go of the pedal once the fight starts. The trades always continuing to flow in. But as you mentioned, the ult's gone, but it's going to be a force up into the rifles. Only a Sheriff for Forsaken on the side of Paper X. Meanwhile, Charon still happy to pick up the judge here, as we've seen that Paper X is going to keep up the pace to 11. Really push the sights in. That's going to be the trap play set up here on green. Mosh used to push him back, allows Charon to set up close by the door. Forsaken caught a glimpse of it on that jump, but not quite the weapon just yet.
He's just going to be holding that angle. Actually, he's going to try to push it.
Oh no,
so
the pop
dangerous.
flash.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and he baits out the weapon sound as well. So gets the information he wants. Meanwhile, Mindfreak was already all the way up tube. Meteor takes a bit of a hit. Divide there. They didn't quite suspect two members in mid already. Munchkin wanted to get him on the exit. And that gives Paper X the idea to try to push back up. Meteor's wise to it, though. Dwindles down the numbers, and Mindfreak now another curveball going under tube. Planting Forsaken back in tube as well. Paper X, they're continuing to keep control of mid. Nanoswarm used to allow for Lockett to hold a little bit safer on the side of yellow. Resurrection by Jing.
Yeah, and you got to be real careful here as Lockett. You have a Thrash, so you're a real big piece of this puzzle.
Well,
never
as
mind.
you say that, the Caster Chris strikes, and he'll go down without much of a fight. And Paper X now have control of this site, but Meteor trying to defend his own lockdown with his life. Can anyone get here to make sure that it's going to be Paper X trapped into this texture? Will clear the enemies, but something pushes out just in time. Kitchen taken over by Devi. And Texture, it's too many angles for him to try to clear with an operator, but he's still going to go for it. Already posted up in Snowman. Doesn't catch something up top. Doesn't catch anybody else up top either, and Devi will swing out on a timing. Take Texture with a headshot, and that's going to be the operator in something's hands.
Yeah, showing us quite a different look after this. Putting some mid-pressure for Paper Rex. They're able to get a trade. Meteor with a good frag there on the Devi after he got the kill on a Munchkin, but it's a good little bait and switch there with that lockdown, knowing that the operator is there to cover it. Meteor aware that they're going to have to try to push that angle. At least able to take a couple down with him, but at the end of the day, the numbers advantage too strong. Not exactly sure what happened with Lakia behind yellow, but he got taken down quickly by Mindfreak. It's a big piece of that ult puzzle. That was taken down, and immediately a counter timeout for Gen G.
Yeah.
Trying to see if they can reassess what's going on. I'm pretty curious about this. What they see that they didn't like in that round. Maybe it's the mid-control stuff where they tried to challenge it.
And it has to be something along those lines, right?
Yeah.
Just about the recognition of the potential trades, perhaps getting, maybe just too drawn out by Paper X's initiative around mid. I mean, of course, if you can fully control mid, it's a great area here in Icebox, but generally, oftentimes, it's one of the least looked upon areas because it's so hard to get full control, right? If you can still hold on to Kitchen, something like that on the defense, Gen G might be happy enough for that. So just saying, perhaps talking about not getting wrapped up in the tempo of Paper X.
Yeah, there's so many angles you got to worry about there. Paper X didn't really invest much in the way of smokes to cover those angles. They just kind of took that space and worked with it because they're just that confident, that good, that everybody's going to be kind of holding the proper space. Devi tries to push up tube, and Meteor so stalwart in his defense time and time again on this Killjoy. Now, something going to be with the operator of his own. He tries to challenge off that snake bite.
It takes a lot more health damage.
It's K, Jing can heal.
Yeah, that's true. That armor gone forever, though. We'll see. It's going to be Sheriff's nonetheless, so Gen G is just going to have to look for headshots. This is all really, once again, a trap play, and we've seen Gen G rely on this every now and then if they wanted to throw a curveball. They're actually just going to try to swing out. They don't want to let Paper X approach. They know Paper X would check the corners, but they won't find the kills. And it's an attempt from Gen G, but it's going to fall flat as there is the aggro drawn by something. Great teamwork from Paper X. Wall goes up, spike goes down. And that should be the round as Munchkin sitting solo close to the wall with a Sheriff. See if he can get a cheeky kill or two.
hoping that maybe Jing is going to go up the rope and
Look
get a
at
freebie.
this. Restraint from Paper X. A rare breed indeed. Oh my gosh. Attempted the 3K. Attempted it for sure.
Why not, right? Like, you might as well go big or go home there. You know you're probably dead eventually.
Yeah.
See if you can just take away from Paper X as much as possible. A change in angle there, or something. And the player on his left switched over to the right. And the bait setting up Forsaken. Get that second kill. Really nicely done by Paper X, but now Operator invested for Texture again. A couple half armors here and there. Thrash still going to be in Lakia's pocket. Forsaken has a null command though, so let's see exactly how Paper X wants to play this.
Slow orb to make sure that anyone on pipes are not going to be able to peek out too easily. The 0 point should tag Lakia as well. So in a little bit of trouble. No command immediately to make sure that there is no utility for backup. And Lakia trying to make sure he goes for the anti-flash. They actually just don't check it up top. Munchkin draws the aggro first, and it's going to be 3 members down on the side of Paper X. Gen.G only taking damage on the side of their Gecko. So that takes away the Thrash, but it's going to be enough for the rest of Gen.G to clear out a site and take another round win.
Yeah, it's just a player unaccounted for there. Paper X just keen on trying to get past 410 and see what they can do, but just shut right down by Gen.G. I don't know what else to say about that. That one angle unaccounted for can swing around real quickly. And that's going to be one of these cases. Great job by Munchkin playing that angle very nicely. Yeah, that's just a shutdown from there, so what do you do? GG go next for Paper X on that round. Just
Yeah.
not much you can say other than, oops, we forgot to check pipes.
Yeah, they'll have to remember that one. Now something, going back to what worked a couple rounds ago, just pressuring mid, trying to draw out some of that pressure on the side of the map. But they'll still have to deal with Texture's Operator if they choose to go B. As we can see on the mini-map, Texture trying to decide which angle to hold, trying to back out further towards Snowman. As Gen.G's made the decision, they're just going to hold near Boiler, near mid, make sure that they're ready for a flood on either side.
Thrash going to be used to check mid, and it's not going to find anything, so right back towards Lakia's hands it will go. Just Devi, the lone lurker, all 4 other members of Paper X.
Oh, this angle.
Yeah, Texture kind of aware that something loves to swing out wide here on yellow. You see it all the time.
Oh, Texture's waiting for it, but he won't find the kill just yet. So he will get pressure with the fragment as well. Now, the spike absolutely getting planted with the pit as well. What's the answer? Is there still a lurk from Devi on the A side? See if that finds a good timing on the side of Paper X. Meteor sitting in the pit, waiting for his teammates to pressure everyone else out as Karon has eyes on the Killjoy. Kept him locked up in mid, and now Gen.G, they go for the retake. The Thrash comes out, trying to funnel everybody out of the pit. It's going to go land with the Paranoia out as well. Did they even hear the defuse with the Paranoia? Not quite sure. And now it's going to be Paper X who has to flood the pit itself, but it's going to be the defuse that already goes through. Not aware of the half being done. Paper X lose absolute control of their own Viper's pit.
What I'm curious about here for Paper X is the whole time Devi is just watching from spawn down mid to see, you know, if there's any lurks or any flanks or anything like that, but it's never even attempted. Util just so good for Gen.G that they're able to clear the pit enough. You know, Meteor just sneaking in there right behind that box, able to take a little extra space just in case when those taps start coming through that he's able to play from an unexpected angle. But Paper X there showing a little bit of some of that rust, some of that lack of coordination, you know, with Jing coming back into the roster. Karon, oh boy.
It's going to be a lot, and they check the corner, but not quickly enough as Karon gets 2, and that should be enough to slow things down. Paranoia keeps Jing at bay. Lakia already under tube. Wingman clearing close, but Texture goes down from afar. Mind Freak will equalize the numbers. Meteor picks right up where Texture left off, and Jing has to heal. They should be aware. The resurrection comes in, and Divine tries to go for the trade, but it's a double stack. Lakia and Munchkin will clean things up, leading 8-4 at the half for Gen.G.
Yeah, trying to use the res as bait there, but it doesn't fool them at all. Munchkin too crisp, too clean. Really solid half with a slightly different look for Gen.G. You know, even not on the jet. Texture able to find a bit of impact. How about really, this is like Munchkin and Meteor just shutting these rounds down. Now, Lakia maybe not able to find as much impact as you'd like, but still good information control. You know, making sure they're checking mid, making sure that they're being a little bit more diligent about one of the few rounds that caused them a little bit of damage. Otherwise, you can see Paper Rex looking a little bit dejected after that first half.
I mean, so many stinger buys as well, right? But not much fruition from them. The idea is there. Sure, you have a stage wall as well. You can force the plant. You can cause some close quarters combat to go crazy, but not quite seeing it. Lots of parents bringing their kids to watch some Valorant as well, as Valorant's really been taking over kind of the younger generation here in Korea. Of course, with all the Korean teams playing tonight, a lot of fans out in the audience.
Yes, it was getting raucous in the crowd when Gen.G started stringing those rounds together on Lotus. You know, those texture aces certainly lit them afire.
I mean, surely a round like that, everyone around the world, right? No matter who you're cheering for, some good Valorant. But Lotus, both teams really swinging at it, whereas this time, Paper Rex still have to find their footing again after the reset at the half. They'll look for the defense. Killjoy set up on A, a triple stack on B. Could even go for the Siege Wall on the Ult Orb, something like that. We'll see what type of control they want. 0 point at the ready for Forsaken from mid.
Well, it's going to be kind of very similar again. Both teams kind of nearing each other in their pistol rounds, just like we saw in Lotus. So Gen.G going to get the site for free. Can they kind of turn the tables? Last time it was the defenders who were able to get this, but it's a much faster retake attempt here. Paper X already finding one. Munchkin down, the trade from Mindfreak as well.
Yeah, the flank coming in very fast. Gen.G wasn't quite ready for that. They were peeking out, but it seems that they were a little bit caught off guard. But a good angle from Texture. He'll still alive with 27 HP. See if that's the deal breaker as Charon swinging around. He finds one. Lakia's going to pick up the kill. Goes for the trade there, and Jing, everyone solo. Mindfreak's actually going to pick up the headshot onto two. Lakia and Charon goes down. Texture still at 27 HP. Devi at 89.
Oh my
he gets
God.
spotted up top. Texture, hear the drop, but he can't land the headshot as there's a slight ramp down. And Devi will get the kill and the defuse.
Yeah, as much as the beginning part of that round looked kind of similar, it was a much faster retake from Paper Rex. As soon as that spike started going down, they were just like, all right, let's go. Let's do it. The late flank there from Mindfreak catches a ton of value. Once again, having a phenomenal map. I mean, even though day hasn't gone Paper Rex's way so far, Mindfreak has been a shining star today. Devi able to just get enough there and just a yip.
Yeah, Devi's been very calm today. It's all been yips and uh-huhs and all the way through on the replays. Obviously, I mean, not too much to cheer for yet for Paper Rex. They got close, but no cigar on map 1. And now, quite a few rounds to string together if they want to get back the lead on Icebox.
No force buy from Gen.G. So things kind of looking a little bit more normal, but Munchkin, these tricky positions, are they going to be accounted for? He gets hit through the
Grating,
the grate of that fence.
Just barely stays alive. Had to go for the left clicks as the right clicks also would have just hit the grate as well, but it's going to be Mindfreak. Swings out, well aware of the lurk-in from Meteor. And Wingman not even going to get the plan, and it looks like Gen.G perhaps losing a lot of that value. Texture will pick up a kill. Mindfreak not quite aware of Charon's position. Nice to regain a bit of an angle. Texture gets another at long range around the poison cloud. It's a swing out from Charon. He waited so patiently, and he's able to try to hold control of the site. And Texture with 30 on the Sheriff makes the crowd go wild once again after a few quiet rounds.
It's brutal. Paper X just, I noticed that on the other side of the coin, they were being a little bit more diligent about checking for some of those cheeky positions that Munchkin might take. Like, if you give up A space early, you know, we saw this at Masters Madrid where Munchkin would push right towards your nest and push underneath belt. And this time around, he hides a position that does a ton of damage, but the other end, so Sheriff singing their song for Meteor and Texture, doing a ton of damage, and yeah, just sneaky positions, something that Gen.G has been so good at on this map, using just those little micro timings to get ahead of your information, and it costs dearly for Paper Rex. We're now in Sheriffs of their own. A couple rifles for Gen.G, a Spectre and a Bulldog as well. So now Paper Rex just trying to see if they can guess correctly where this is going to go. Gen.G's been very quiet, very slow.
Stack is there. All the Sheriffs, like you mentioned. 3 already on Evan, 2 by Boiler. They should be a quick backup as well. Flash drives at the ready, so is the frag. When the toxic screen comes down, they were waiting for this moment. Divide picks off one, and Gen G, they might have to reconsider things as Wingman will go in for the plant. But is that just enough? No, Lockya can't get the spray down through the toxic screen. Something will pick off the kill. Now Nano Swarms at the ready, but Paper X, they're ready to push things out. Going to be the Cloudburst, try to draw out a reaction. There's the Sage Wall, they have to break that quickly, but the swing up the wide swing, something, once again the crosshair magnet works its magic, and that's all the time Forsaken needs for the defuse. Paper X answer right back with a thrifty.
Ah, yes. We're right back to kickoff. With both teams just kind of thrifting each other all over the place. I mean, this again, these timed retakes from Paper X, where they're going to wait for you to start getting into position, and that's when they strike. And it makes it so difficult to recover because they're happy to play these scrappy games. They're happy to play like trust in your own instincts, trust in your own reaction type gameplay. A lot of other teams are thrown off by it. You can see this time, Gen G's done a pretty good job overall handling it, but this time does get the better of them with those guns. So now Thrash going to be used early by Lockya. Get a little, it does get the detain onto Mindfreak. He has no help.
Yeah, they're trying to chase through with the Shrouded Step as well, and Texture barely lands in time to get that kill. Mindfreak, all he could do was turn around and crawl away for his life, crying for help. But help was too far. Now Mosh at the ready, so is the Paranoia. It's a brutal trade though, 2 for 2. Now from the shadows, they recognize that everyone is here. Meteor already through Tube. Does he sense anyone right under him? Don't think they would have heard him just yet. It's going to be, I look at the positions. I mean, Lockya holding way deep in attacker spawn. And Meteor trying to hold on to mid. Now hasn't quite checked out the window just yet. Forsaken and him, they will, okay, now they'll be aware of each other. Lockya catches one. The 0 point, meanwhile, pushes Meteor away from Kitchen. And Forsaken, now he has to find the remaining members. He has to clear them out. He gets one onto Lockya. He's looking up above Tube. But now with Texture already out of the site, Meteor, no reason to rush it. They're just going to force him away from the spike.
Forsaken gonna try to tuck into the garage area, and we'll get there. But the real question is he gonna be hunted down? Still a little bit of time. Ping's coming down for Gen G. Shots ring out. Forsaken knows that Meteor's over there. And knows that he has to be tucked behind that bridge. Gonna watch it. The turret coming out, though not gonna be able to find the kill. I love what Gen G does on this round. First of all, they read that there's just gonna be potentially just a solo player holding down that B side. A lot of attention being paid towards A by Paper X so far. So they're able to use that Thrash to make sure, excuse me, the Thrash to get that pick. And then it's just, they read the rest of the map so incredibly well. They're trading, and then they see, oh, there's only 2. We have an Omen all. Over to A we go. And then from there, there's just no hope for Paper X. They're trying to do what they can, but
holds on to the entire map, right? Just to spread out. Normally, we kind of speak against that, obviously trying to stick to numbers, but just understanding how much the Paper X would have to clear to approach the retake. Now Gen G pressuring A site once again, and this time Paper X, it's a reactionary round. They try to go for a spread out 2-1-2 default. Now scrambling towards A. Gen G, though, no lurk, just a turret to watch their flank. So they don't have too many options to rotate out no matter how much time is left. Just going to be a set execute, but an immediate clearance of all the utility makes him think twice about this one. The Paranoia to allow Texture to dive in with the Shrouded Step. He's already under, but he gets spotted. The slow orb keeps him tied up. He will go for the trade for Forsaken with a quick double, and another from Devi and Jing each. It's going to be a perfect defense from Paper X as they hold on to 3 members.
Well, now you can see kind of part of the game plan here for Paper X. Understanding, yes, we talked about the fact that they're really good at finding these timings when Gen G wants to make their executes and shutting them down. You're seeing it here again. But part of that is also because of the fact there's no jet. It makes it a lot harder for Gen G to take space here, and Paper X has recognized that, and they're shutting it down. They're hitting them at the point of attack, knowing that Gen G has to rely on those util dumps. You called it. They're clearing a lot of that utility when it comes out and sidestepping it and taking really good angles, really good crossfires, making it really tricky for Gen G. So Gen G, they want to start thinking more about this B site, more about using some of their utility to clear these angles. See if they can get a plant down. Devi does find one towards mid. A lurking Meteor accounted for.
Yeah, Lockya took a hit through his own Dizzy as well. Forsaken still holding on. Wasn't quite ready for Texture to swing out, but he will get out safely. Jing finds the lurking Munchkin. Paper X starting to get a pulse onto the opponents and their abilities to rotate and lurk. Now,
stuck in that garage area.
yeah, not much to do on this round. Just trying to see if the opponents approach them for a couple cheeky kills like that.
Well, they're just trying to dodge all that fire, but eventually Jing is going to find him. Knocking it down, only on Texture. Did pick up a Phantom in the midst of all of this. 61 HP. Not looking ideal, and turns just at the last second. Mind Freak good for the final kill. It's Paper X up to 8, starting to catch up towards Gen G.
Oh, we've seen this before already tonight.
Yeah.
We'll see if Paper X can make the same magic happen. We've had a lot of Paper X fans visiting Seoul for their games even since last year. Try to get that side of the arena, bearing up a little bit of that energy, get them something to cheer for, as they're now only 2 rounds away to tie things up. Trying to make this go to a map 3 unbind.
Look at that green bar of ultimates.
Yep.
That's so scary now as Gen G, you finally get into a buy round. There's so much available. They're just going to go.
Oh, it's the wall up. I've been waiting for something like this. Paper X, there's never just a clean game of Sage. It's always something tricky, and it's just a push out across the entire map. This Gen G just dropped like flies all near their spawn, never able to leave home. And Paper X shuts the door in front of them.
Yeah, you only have to use one ult there. That's the res. You get your guns back. You keep your economy great for Paper X.
I mean, they can do the same thing with the null command this time and res him up again.
Exactly, why not? She got reses for days as Paper X. I mean, it's just crazy what they do sometimes, man. I mean, I'm just like trying to like talk about what happened previously, and I'm like, forget it. They're just gonna rush them.
I mean, yeah, this is just a tempo change, right? Catches Gen G entirely off guard. I mean, probably something that Gen G thought about at the start of the map, but the fact that it has not happened at all the way up to round 19, makes him a little lax, and that's when Paper X strikes. The boost up, the elevator.
It's just such, great timing, great thought processes that Paper X is able to figure out. I mean, you see this all the time with Paper X. They lose a map or they go down early in a map, and something changes inside of them. I'm not just talking about the player, just the team in general. Their thought processes, their mindset, they're so unflappable is Paper X that they're still in the game and they're not getting overheated, in the traditional sense where they're starting to push. They find the right timings for these pushes, and they can make them work because of how good they are. They've got these plays in the back pocket that can start to change the momentum without needing a timeout or anything like that. These ideas that Forsaken, typically the IGL is going to be calling some of the bigger idea picture plays, has in his mind that they've worked in a short amount of time. They haven't had a ton of time to practice Icebox, just a couple days.
Yeah, and it's just going to be the early pit as well this time. Right outside of Pipes, doesn't want to risk that pit getting caught off guard just a little bit, so making sure that he denies the entry point, gets the high-low as well, and that allows Mind Freak to set up the toxic screen for his teammates here, and it looks like there's a cheeky Sage wall going on somewhere near the B nest.
Everybody's here.
Oh, the flash gets a big tag. Now just going to be a hold here onto the B site. Now with the pit up in A, unless Gen G takes over some part of mid for a pinch, not going to have too many options.
Yeah, they're trying to get to the corner so they can get the Viper's pit down.
The Shrouded Step gets spotted before the flash. A bit of a mismatch. This is not something we used to see from Gen G in the beginning of the year. But now with the Omen in the mix, they haven't quite cleaned up the timings just yet. And Paper X will punish that mistake like there's no tomorrow. Wingman trying to get the tag, but it's just way too many members. Lakia will do his best something impersonation, but it doesn't end with a kill, as we see Meteor, last one alive, not able to land it onto Jing.
It's just, right now, Paper X is starting to read the map really, really nicely, starting to understand where, Gen G isn't having success on A, so they're going to start moving their attention over. The Viper's Pit helps, of course. That gives you a lot of control over that space, and they use it nicely, but Gen G never really shows any other look. They're able to just kind of plant their feet here. The flash came just a little bit too late, perhaps, from Munchkin, and Texture wasn't able to get through that from the shadows correctly in time. Or something that got a glimpse of him as he got flashed, was able to get the kill. So you're also maybe seeing a little bit of this new comp change for Gen G, kind of showing a little bit of polish that is lacking. Oh my god.
Yeah, something just looking for an early pick. Now, Paper X, they should be wary of this. They've already pushed him out of B with the 0 point. Something won't quite finish a kill here. Charon down to 5 HP. As Gen G, they will still relentlessly try to go forward with this. Wingman getting spammed through the wall. He cannot finish the plan. The lockdown already committed from Gen G, but Paper X has slowed down the onslaught. And Gen G, they will have to recover the spike and still battle through this retake, along with a lockdown, a potential no command, everything in the arsenal of Paper X, and it's going to be the classic aggro draw as Forsaken gets the trade, swings out for a third, and he goes for a fourth, and that is Paper X taking over the lead for the first time here on Icebox.
I just love the quickness that Paper X makes decisions to do things. You know, they stick around a little bit for the lockdown. They don't have the fragment to clear it, so they're just looking for a few picks and other things. They get those, they back off. As soon as it's done, it's down. You know, it's just going to be something charging through, and Forsaken immediately holding another angle off the different direction. Protocols there so good for Paper X on this retake. Everybody looking where they need to, doing the right things at the right time. Don't even have to invest that counter lockdown that you mentioned, Will. They were able to hold on to it, so they've still got it. They've still got a no command. Something's got a Blade Storm. Maybe if he wants to switch to an op. I'm a bit surprised. Haven't seen one here with all this extra money, but you don't need it when you're that good.
Yeah, might have even heard that one. Texture trying to scout it out, but something just too good on the swing. And now the flash used from Forsaken to try to put extra pressure onto Garage. Gen G has to keep clearing all of that. Meteor tries to take it upon himself to open the map a bit further in mid, but it's not there, so they continue pushing. Green, something still here. Whiffs on that first shot, not able to stabilize. Now a 2v3 for Gen G. You've still got the Thrash. You've still got the Dizzy. One more flash drive as well. They do have the tools. If they can catch Divine here in mid, if he can pick up that kill, and Divine knows, as long as I stay alive, the backup's there. Munchkin takes a lot of hits for his trouble.
Yeah, and they're going to try to split the map, see if they can confuse Paper X, but Paper X is fully committed towards A, especially with that knife there. That's got to be your thought that it's going to be that. Now the Thrash on the other side, so you're thoroughly confused as Paper X to which side of the map this is actually going to be. You do get the detain onto Forsaken. Going to use the Dizzy as well to check if he has any cover, but Jing is just arriving through Kitchen.
Yeah, they weren't able to capitalize on that kill just yet, so that means Munchkin, while he's rotated all the way back over for his teammate, trying to make sure that they have a bit of a numbers advantage. Now to capitalize on that, and now it's all up to Wingman. The swing off of the flash drive. Jing not able to stop the plant. This might be the best chance that Gen G has had. The drop, the on-point check for Avlakia, looking for another. Can he get a second? No, and it's going to be Jing and Forsaken. The duo, they're going to be able to bring home Paper X right up to a map point.
I already thought maybe that was going to be the round when you lose that lockdown, that maybe Gen G's going to be able to hang on, but Paper X's gunplay so on point. Something now getting aggressive on B, something we haven't seen from Paper X yet. Now they're starting to get really deep into their playbook. You're starting to see why they like this map. This defender side has been nearly flawless for them, just a couple rounds dropped. Now that Operator is in hand, Blade Storm in the back, still the lockdown, the no command available. Forsaken have a whale of a map, both KOs really showing up, especially on their defender side. You're going to leave Jing, the lone man on A, with some of that KJ utility to bail out. Oh, excuse me, I just saw something now.
Oh yeah, doubled up.
I didn't see that earlier. He was buried underneath Jing's icon on the map.
I mean, they are oftentimes all stacked up against each other, waiting for the trades. So we shall see. Lockdown and no command still in the pockets of Paper X. Like you mentioned, something now peeking out. Jing covering him for any peeks out from Belt. So A side secured for Paper X. A solid 2-1-2 default as it's just going to Forsaken. Going for a jiggle. Now calls for backup. Device still watching mid for the team. The Poison Cloud not activated yet from Charon.
Util dump coming through. Still have that Viper's pit. Yeah, let's see if they can get it down this time. Buy a little bit of extra space. Mind Freak re-aggressing.
Yeah, and he's trying to hold close. He doesn't want this pit to come up. He wants to strike when the iron is hot, and he'll try to swing out. They're trying to make sure that Gen G dumps all their util before they're able to do anything. Forsaken trying to go for a long-range trade, but it's going to be Gen G who still just wins out in the numbers. More angles covered. The smoke eventually dissipates. There is the jump up onto the wall. Malakia eventually gets the spike down. Now something trying to join Jing in the verticality as we see a from the shadows from Texture. lands all the way behind Paper Rex, and they have to jump into the smokes as Lakia sprays down for 2. It's all up to something, and with the Blaze Storm, it's going to be so tough to try to clear this Viper's pit. Skirts around, and Charon will answer back. We still go yet another round.
Okay. I mean, again, these cheeky positions, both teams just finding these nooks to hide it, and this time they're going to use a smoke to cover Lakia's spot. Devi's just bunny hopping through there. Jing's like, okay, this is safe. I'm just going to drop down, and all of a sudden, that's 2 members down. Pushing through on the site here, Charon find that angle, able to get that trade. Big part of Gen G's gameplay is other teams have been talking about it in some of their interviews. When you face Gen G, is that it feels like there's always another player there. There's always that trade. Everybody's working off each other so well. It's a big part of why they've been as successful as they have. Now they're using a lot of utility, starting to take some space. Something not going to invest in that up. Not quite enough money in the bank, I guess. Well, they could have done it, but they didn't. They didn't opt to. I mean, look at it.
Choosing the mobility, it seems, throughout this entire map. It's going to be the site execute once again. Paper Rex, are they ready for the 5 stack? It looks like it's. Slow Orb keeping them at bay. The null command used as well. They still have a lockdown for a potential retake or another push back out. That gives Mind Freak the opportunity now to cover for mid. He's checking for the rotation. They don't see anything yet. A ping comes out on the B side for Gen G. They have all the intention to rotate over. Now with the Poison Cloud going up, Mind Freak, it's his job to hold the line. 1 Nano Swarm to disrupt any type of plant. The null command coming out, but it's not going to be catching the Killjoy just yet. Forsaken takes down the KO, and Mind Freak just trying to drag this fight out as long as possible. A wide swing from Texture, but Jing gets yet another kill. It's going to be the long-range hold from something, and now it's all down to Texture as Jing takes him down. 13-11 once again, but on the other side is Paper Rex. They finally answer for their own nightmares on Icebox, pick up a victory, and take us on to Bind.
And on Icebox of all maps. I mean, I think Paper Rex, just trying to limit test a little bit here on this map, just seeing what they're truly capable of. And yeah, the attacker side has some things to be desired, but this defender side was nearly immaculate. I mean, so many good decisions, so much disruption of Gen G's timings on their executes, things like that made it really, really tough. And it seemed like every time that Gen G maybe had finally found a little bit of extra idea, it was countered the next round by Paper Rex.
Well, Paper Rex, after 8 bans on Icebox in 2024, the first time they pick it, they'll bring home the victory. Let's take it to the desk to break down how it all went down.
How it all went down, we almost thought it was over. We almost thought it was going to be a 2-0, and then Paper Rex finally start showing some of their crazy harebrained ideas and how much anti-stratting that they did, especially on the defender side. And yes, this is the Paper Rex bundle. Also buy the Gen G bundle. Anyway, we're going to a 3rd map, Achilleos.
No, we are. And I mean, we were kind of talking about it, that this is what we wanted. Just given these 2 teams, we wanted to see as much as humanly possible. Things look a lot rougher than I've anticipated, I think, going into that Icebox for Gen G. Struggling, a minor attack, a chance at trying to extend that into that overtime, but just barely falling shy of the mark there. Felt like a little bit of a, I don't know, just a change up. And I do question a little bit now, Texture getting shifted over onto the zone. It's the first time that he's ever played it. First time he's ever played any controller, mind you, in his career. He just has never done that before. No. And while I think overall it was okay, having the impact from him on a duelist was something that felt like it was very much lacking.
They need that dive capability, right? Especially on the attacking side. But on defense, they were quite able to kind of, disturb Paper Rex's hits very, very often. Every time Paper Rex tries to dive right in, you got something going through. He's right up there. Texture is able to throw out the Paranoia, Lakia with the Gecko Dizzy, of course, and it's just that much more difficult for Paper Rex on the attacking half. That's why they ended in a 4 and 8. And there were so many of these moments where sometimes Paper Rex were just trying to rush in, going with that aggression, but corners weren't quite checked. It's only down to the second half where, I mean, yes, Gen G were still able to come up with some pretty good rounds. They actually won the subsequent round after the pistol. However,
they dropped it immediately.
Credit to Paper Rex. I think what was cool is, you started to see some of these set plays, some of these ideas where Jing makes use of the wall, that one round in round 18, I believe, where the whole team just rushes down A belt.
There was some absolute insanity. I mean, having it like a tiles crunch basically on Icebox A is just That's the Paper X creativity that we've come to know and love. Just, all right, I'll just Sage Wall boost us all up on the belt. We rush them down. We just pick them all apart in like 10 seconds. It was there were some gorgeous sights here in this map, and I am very happy to see that this is going to be going the distance, because now, you know, the pendulum swings back over to Gen G. How do you look going into Bind versus Paper X, where they're feeling maybe overall a little bit more comfortable?
I mean, they had a 14-12 against T1 last week. It does feel a little bit more comfortable. It's where their, you know, kind of their home ground is, and you have that Reyna composition as well. But they have shown different compositions before. In Gen G, they've mainly stuck to their one with, you know, texture on the Raze. You got the Brimstone, the Gecko, and everything. So you kind of have to wonder how that's going to go. I mean, is either team prepared for it? Because Gen G does have a bit of tape to study in that game against T1. But at the same time, I mean, right now, it's just, although it looked like we were starting to lose the map a little bit, Paper X started to look a lot more cohesive towards the end, especially with the whole team just knowing what their role is and just kind of watching for the information, Mindfreak watching for the rotates. That's like the Paper X that we've all come to know and love.
It looked like that. It looked like a lot of what they had prepared was for the defensive side. And to your point about the team compositions on the agent compositions for Bind, they've shown a variety, and you're right that Gen G did have some tape to study, but at the same time, Paper X is pretty notorious for changing their comps at the nth hour.
I mean, yes, in the past. You know, we were talking about this when they did go up against T1, opening series for Paper X here, Stage 1. I said I think that they are going to have to lean on strats of old, not the Yoru setup or anything like that, because that one's a little bit more complicated. That's going to take some more reps to really get into the...
They play Yoru, I'm going to laugh.
I mean, hey, at this point, it could
happen.
happen. I was not expecting Texture to play Omen.
Yeah.
That was one of my bingo card for the year, let alone this series.
Right.
So they could just go back over to it. But I think leaning on that Reyna Raze is going to be a bit more recent, a bit more comfortable for them. But maybe they do want to change up and go to something that they haven't shown as recently. So we'll have to see. For Gen G, I think I'd be curious to see if there's also going to be adjustments from them going into it.
Well, there's another thing we need to discuss, and it's our rank. Our rank. And it looked like, you know, it was going to be a 2-0 and we would rank up, at least with the Gen G pick with Texture.
Well, okay, so I think, so overall, here's the issue.
Okay, what's the issue? What's your argument?
I was fairly confident that Jing was going to be playing Sage. So I
Okay.
said, okay, well, Texture on Jet, likely to have more impact.
Yeah.
I had no idea he was going to be playing Omen. Had I known, had we asked this question after I saw the agent select, I would have said Jing.
How do I predict the future? I can't win any points. I'm
But
Achilles.
Imagine if you could argue your way out of rank to argue your rank. That would be like, Seth would be like
Seth
radiant.
would win, though.
He would be radiant. But you know what? You're right. I was totally kidding. Seeing Texture on a different role than he plays the Owen. It's like, oh no. Anyway, I go down to Plat. Here we
Oh
go.
no, I'm so sad for you.
Yeah, you're right. Silver is worse. It's a nice color, though. It's very flattering.
You know,
Yeah.
that's fine, but
There
you
go.
have to.
Where's Wingman?
That's the problem.
Wingman is the audience
Wingman
vote.
goes up.
Oh, the audience got it correct?
That's what's the most frustrating to me.
Oh. Whoa, they knew.
Wow,
And
we
you know
lost
what?
to Wingman.
I hope Auntie Pearl's not watching this because she's gonna be like, how dare you not pick Jing?
She
But-
is watching.
She's in the audience. But look, on Bind, if this was a Bind vote, I would 100% pick Jing. If it was like it was a
Down
Bind
to the
map instead of
Raze
Icebox. Icebox was a little bit hard to predict on this one.
If I knew what Texture was going to play, I 100% would have Jing as
Yeah. Well, Texture just wanted it. He was just screwing you over specifically. All right, but Forsaken and Munchkin were phenomenal on Icebox.
I mean, yeah, Munchkin was very much putting up a solid fight to try to keep them in this one, but things were just way too scrambled overall. I think a lot of the calls and the attempted executions from Gen G were pretty lackluster and counteracted really swiftly by Paper X. They did have some really nice retakes on the defensive side, but overall, this was just a team diff, I'd say, across the board. Mindfreak as well continues to look absolutely astounding today. I don't know what he ate for lunch, but whatever it was,
Girlfriend buff.
it was amazing.
Girlfriend buff.
But
And he got a hit perm.
he's just crushing it. And I mean, one of the big reasons why that first half was so dominant was because of Mind Freak.
He's securing a lot of these like impactful frags and getting great positions for the team. But I also believe, I mean, Forsaken as this KO, you saw a lot of these clips where something was able to get kills around yellow, but that's enabled from Forsaken's flashes, and that's something that I think is so effective. But not only that, once they start to get rounds like those, then the whole team starts to feel more confident, and then you have that Paper X again, because there was that one round, I think it was round 21, where the whole team just kind of waterfalled off of like A Heaven, A Raptors, and everyone just started to dive in. Forsaken got 4 kills off of that.
Oh yeah, and you're absolutely right. The way that Forsaken has been playing with something and pairing up with those KO flashes, it's been fantastic. And sometimes it doesn't always work out, but you can see the ideas are there, and you can see that confidence come back in for something, which may not have been consistently there before.
I will say my heart goes out to Munchkin because that one moment when he was lurking alongside the Sage wall by himself.
The Sheriff.
If he had hit the 3K, it would have been one of the greatest plays ever. But at least he got the one. It wasn't the full whip. It wasn't the I'm tucked behind box outside ascent A. Yeah. I'm going to now try to backside and then just whipping everything.
We don't talk about that.
But it would have been neat. But seeing that, I was just like, oh, he's just like me for real. That's exactly what I would do in that situation.
Well, the question is going to be answered. What is going to be the team comms for these two teams? Paper X, again, has shown many different iterations.
What?
Okay, something on Gecko.
Yeah, it's not the double duels comp. It's not the double duels comp.
I mean, I don't mind this at all. Just give the proficiency for something on Gecko and how strong he is. I mean, Gecko has a really clear identity in multiple different team comps by multiple teams around the world on this very map. I mean, T1 kind of being the big ones in Pacific to really start pushing it forward.
We did kind of see that in that previous map as well, Laki on the Gecko. The Thrash is just such a strong ultimate, and it's very useful for countering Munchkin's Viper's Pit.
And we know that Forsaken, an incredible Harbor in his own right. I'm really curious to see how this is going to match up with that in the Brim, going up against the Brim Viper, which, the majority of people are going to be leaning in towards having that Viper, having that additional post-point util.
I just want to see Mindfreak staying consistent. I believe that this can go the full distance. I mean, it's been a bit of a race to see who can find that lead so far, and both teams are just keeping up to date.
It's only day 5 of stage 1, but I feel like we're already watching a grand final event. This has been so incredible to watch. We're going to go into our 3rd map of this series. Let's go over to our casters, William and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Paper X bringing out another change, a bit of a throwback here for their own composition, going all the way back to Masters Tokyo, where they had CGRS to Gecko main, and they made this comp work. It was, in fact, last used in the match where we had something we like to call the Cove incident. And Paper X moved on from that one. We'll see if they can do it again today.
I've been keeping my eyes out for it. I haven't seen it since. I think Forsaken cleared that one up a bit, or just has to stop going for that lineup, really. Felt like it wasn't quite there, but who knows? I like this changeup for Paper X with this agent comp, because I think maybe against T1 you feel like you have a little bit more of advantage in your skill diff. You could take advantage of that Reyna, but this is going to be a much more chess match oriented battle, as we've already seen quite a bit. So a hard rotate from Paper X off of just a little bit of utility contact, and it is work to treat for Gen G. They have fooled them mightily.
Yeah, taken over short entirely. However, Paper X will be positioned for a potential TP as well. The teleporter, they're thinking about it. They're actually just going to jump right on in as you hear the guiding lights coming out onto A site. No fear, clearing out showers, and suddenly the position's very good for Paper X. They will take a big hit from something. The high Dizzy along with the Trailblazer. It's just their own 2 comp right now, and that draws all the aggro as Mindfreak's able to sneak out from his own smoke. He's now just holding Heaven. They know that people are missing. He's just trying to buy time as everyone's missing their right clicks, but Munchkin will finally land the shot. Something trying to hold on to the site, and of course, eventually it is just going to be the round ending here as Paper X gets to defuse.
No, all according to plan. I take it back. That didn't fool Paper X at all. This was all according to plan. They're going to overcommit towards that B side, because everybody and their grandma knows that it's really hard to retake B. And so they're going to commit to trying to stop that plant. It doesn't come through with TP. My concern here is Gen G doesn't really react to this the way I expected. I thought they'd get the plant down and then hold U-Haul and kind of the back part of site towards short. and they don't. Instead, they just commit deep into A, and they don't account for Mindfreak being up into A heaven already, just waiting. He had eluded any of their detection on that take, and that cost them. That cost them that round. You know, yeah, Texture comes in there and gets some big frags, but you're going to be on a variety of pistols for the side of Gen G, even a Frenzy for Munchkin. We never see that. Usually, if he's going to grab something else, it's going to be a Sheriff. One of those guns he can one-tap with, but he's come around a little bit of info gained.
Yeah, great flight path there. Sends it all the way through the window as well, as they had already taken over main. Of course, Hookah, the only place that's missing. Divide just going for a spray off of the drop. Knows that they have to be somewhere near the smoke. Wait for a little backup. It's just going to reset onto the headshot against Texture. The spike will get planted, but it's going to be Forsaken, who just puts up the cove, waits for them to flood it, and the Stinger good for 2. Meteor not having his Sheriff out just in time. It's going to be a flawless for Paper Rex.
Yeah, looking good. I mean, again, even though they give up space, Paper Rex knows how they want to react to that situation. The Hawk to confirm, great timing from Devi. Gets the first one for free. A little bit of a whoopsies there from Texture when he stuck his gun out of the smoke, but yeah, I mean, what do you do against that? Forsaken's so fast with the Stinger, mows 2 down, even though they're trying to obfuscate that position with that classic for Gen G. I mean, yep, good old Uncle Abe. He's very good with it, no doubt about it. Man, what a round for Paper Rex. I mean, already very unorthodox play style here from Paper Rex. Nobody plays the maps that the way that they do, with their willingness to give up space like that. Almost never see that anywhere else.
Sure, yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of
what is this wall?
Awareness.
I love this.
Yeah, they've been doing that for the default here the past couple rounds. Wanted to touch upon it on the previous round, but of course, delays any push into window, but also allows you to control that orb on long. A bit of a, perhaps, variation, something they might have picked up against their previous opponents, T1, who had a deep wall, allowing them to push out of window every time on B short.
Yeah, absolutely.
Paper X with their own version of it. Now Gen G, they're gonna wait for that high tide. Oh, and Devi's just waiting for it. Sights trained, gets Lakia off the rip. Texture not gonna get tagged by it, but Paper X well aware that Gen G has not moved an inch. Just cutting audio. Texture now been spotted. He has to pick up the tempo. The rest of the team has to come through. The Thrash is going to tag a bunch of people, and Jin's gonna go for the cleanup as Texture just has to hide himself in hopes that he can recover the round. But Paper X, they back-to-back flawless Gen G, and this is a one-sided start to map 3.
Yeah, again, it's the reactions from Paper X. That early space to taken control of by that high tide works a treat with the Thrash already available for something. And he shuts that push down. You know, an attempt at a pretty decent-looking execute, I thought, with the stake bite and the paint shells in the back to clear the tube area for Gen G, but it's just immediately countered by Paper X. They're reading this every step of the way so far, but Sheriff's in Gen G's hand. These are the rounds where they can really turn a map on its head. We see this time and time again with them. They start picking the pace up after they get a thrifty.
Oh, the boombot timing is very good from Jing, though. They sense the Trailblazer early. Going through the high tide. Texture will track him through the wall, and that will give him another orb. That's the showstopper online. Mindfreak, is he aware of that possibility? He gets past the trap wire. Not sure if he was spotted on the cam yet either. Meteor still waiting for it. He's not aware of it at all. Mindfreak somehow enters the Matrix and goes by all the Cypher setup. Showers back in control for Paper X. And meanwhile, during all of that, something has wrapped around for the B side. Gen G is just trapped. They know they have to go. They'll send the showstopper, but they won't find a target. They have not actually gained any more space until Munchkin finally gets a kill to clear out Shabads. Nice. Something with a nice answer back. Spike's still not planted. Gen G waiting to see if they can gain a little bit more control. The Cove used for Forsaken to reposition. Munchkin, he's got a weapon, but something spots the barrel first, and that's Gen G's numbers dwindling. Spike still not planted as Karon just cannot figure out the exact angles to hold here. No weapons in hand, just a Sheriff. It's been a pistol that's really been one Gen G can trust upon. Spike finally goes down, wants to isolate the 1v1s. But unaware entirely of something's position as he was last seen in A short. It's coming through showers, and Karon has no clue as something will get a triple and Forsaken gets the defuse.
Yeah, this is a big win for Paper Rex. It looked like it was going to go Gen G's way, potentially getting the showstopper available, but it's these timings that Paper Rex is so confident to take. Even though they lose a player, they know that they can get ahead of you. They can outthink you if you just push. Because, you know, you expect maybe that there's going to be a player watching this, but nobody needs to. You know, you would think, okay, we got our kill, we can leave, we got our showstopper, we're good to go. There's no way they're going to try to chase that down, right? We saw this on Lotus a lot, too, where they would just, when there's the rotates coming through from Gen G, Paper X is so confident that it's going to be a pull-off that they can just go right through and get those kills, and that breaks the round open. Something with a great lurk, doing a good job. Oh, the flash catches Munchkin. Gonna have to back off, and this is what I'm talking about. They're just happy to start taking this space.
I mean, it's the entire left side of the map pretty much pressured through. Now, they haven't quite taken control of B long, but they do have an off on the side of A short, by the way, held by the Sky, rather, on Divide. And so if Gen G ever chooses to rotate, that's going to be a rude surprise for them, as Paper X has now stabilized back onto the B site. Munchkin, fairly aware of a potential lurk here in window. But will they get the clear? It has to be a double swing. Munchkin and Meteor, they were so good on map 2, but they isolated to the 1v1s, and something swings out for the second! Munchkin and Meteor shut down. Thrash used to continue pushing out, and now they all group up. They don't want to let the fights get into the advantage of Gen G. The TP as well, as they look to protect the spike. Run down the clock. Lakia, a nice peek out against the operator, but still so many more to go. Mindfreak's position unknown to Gen G as he creeps on the rotate.
I'm expecting Jing to blast out of here at some point just to try to deal with it, but he's going to hold the position on top of the box.
He's not spotted. Finally, they get an inkling of where he's at. They did pick up the spike, but they all run in. And Texture barely getting away with his life, but he's got 20 seconds. And Jing somehow jumps backwards off of the opponent's blast pack and stabilizes. You called it earlier on map 1. One of the best to land back on his feet.
He's unbelievable. When his aim gets broken, when he gets punched, he's so quick to recover. There's nobody else in the world that I think does it nearly as well as him. There's some great raises out there, no doubt about it. Zekid, of course, absolutely phenomenal as well in those situations. But time and time again, he's been so darn good. And these lurks have been all over the place. Something doing a great job on this Gecko, using his utility. There's one in the previous round that I really liked during this, not the very previous round, but 2 rounds ago, where something is coming through short. He throws the Dizzy, and Forsaken immediately reads, because the Dizzy doesn't get any contact, that there's probably somebody lurking in those smokes by the boxes on the site. And it's things like this. It's these mental protocols, this huge IQ that Paper X actually has. You know, I think so many times people are like, oh, you know, what are you going to do? They make confidence plays and stuff like that. Sure, they do that. But they also have a tremendous understanding of the map, of the space that they have, of the utilities abilities and things like that. So you're seeing it all the time. I love this Gecko because it's getting so much more information. It's helping them maintain control of this hookah into market area. It's making it really difficult for Gen G to get anything done, and then there's always some player, you never know who it's going to be. I mean, for the most part, Mindfreak has been planting his feet on that A site, hasn't been moving. This time he comes around, catches them at a very unexpected timing, basically shuts the round down.
Yeah, the lurks really kind of trading positions back and forth. You push out from one, and then it's the next runner-up on Paper X. We'll see if that continues. This time a much deeper high tide that will get everyone from Gen G tagged up on B long. And with the snakebite landing, Paper X are going to back off. Look to hold at a distance as something cast with holding onto Hookah all on his lonesome. Hit available for Munchkin if Gen G is able to get onto the site. Something they can use to try to get their first round win, but of course, good ultimates on the other side as well.
Good camera placement here by Meteor, knowing that they've been pushing space all over the map, and of course, they're going to try to reaggress it. Mindfreak going for it. He's got that ultimate in the bag. Trying to play a little bit of defense here for Paper X. Have the Seekers as well.
Oh, the Mosh timing's very good. Forces him to have to clear it out from afar, and Divide will get one. Something, he's stuck behind the box. Can he stay alive? Just trying to land it, and there it's going to be a kill on to Jing from Karon, but Mindfreak's already way past as he goes for a triple. Filing out from TP. They were not aware of the re-clear from Mindfreak, and Gen G is starting to lose a grip of this map one piece at a time.
It's just so fun to watch. The way that Paper X plays, the way they think is so different. A good Dizzy setup there for that corner. The cabbage is a bit late. It comes through that teleporter because I think there's some awareness of Gen G that Paper X could be out there somewhere. It's just those cabbages kind of take a moment to turn that angle, and by that point, Mind Freak's already ahead of you. Now, a little bit of space being taken through short A this time, expecting an A hit, and it's just Forsaken all alone on this A site. Everybody else pushing out. So again, the protocol is so good here for Paper X, where this lone player isn't overcommitting, trying to take a trade. They're waiting this out. Now there is a spam, and somehow Forsaken gets one.
Oh, and the code to keep himself alive as well. He repositions. They would have to push it if they want to clear, but Charon waits patiently from afar. Gets the one-to-one trade. The Seekers now coming out from Paper X, leading them back into the site, and there is the Orbital Strike, does quite a bit of damage. Something all on his lonesome. It's going to be a 2v1, but how does he stay alive in all of this? Picks up a kill as well. The chaos where Paper X was born carries him through, keeps the pit at bay. Now the Orbital Strike from the other side as well. Charon just trying to buy time, but something, he's already entered the pit. Munchkin has to be aware of this, and something snaps on. Already down to 1 HP from the decay, and it's all up to Charon, and he cannot get there in time. 7 in a row for Paper X.
It's just brutal. They're just everywhere. All at once is Paper X. I mean, you know, Forsaken does a great job buying time, playing his life as best as he can. Gets the one kill, uses that cove brilliantly like you mentioned. And then it's the Seekers out, and they're able to trail that Seekers to get another kill. That Dizzy is so insane. Something throws it at his feet behind him as he's jumping away to buy himself just a little bit of extra time, cause a little bit of extra confusion. And again, it's those instant reaction plays that Paper X has. Such brilliant knowledge of their agents, the way to play them, how to react. This deep understanding of the game that they actually have is just incredible.
Jay peeks out right as the Poison Cloud lands, wants to get ahead of it before it blooms. And this has been a recurring theme even since Icebox. Paper X knows that Gen G, if they're able to clear the site where they're util, they are near unstoppable. Wants to get one step ahead, take the tempo back as an advantage for Paper X. Now, audio cut, and Charon will use that advantage to get the angle he wants against Jink, but they haven't quite cleared something from atop the box. And it's going to be Forsaken again with another kill. Meteor with the trade. Something spotted. Charon swings back out, regaining some of that confidence that we saw from the rookie. Over at Madrid, over during kickoff. 2v2, Mind Freak puts Charon back in his place, and Meteor will swing around, but he can't land the shot. And the whiffs are starting to come in from Gen G as they are getting shaken up. They haven't had a tough map like this in a long time here in 2024.
Everything's just going Paper X's way. The luck as well. Mind Freak found the perfect moment to cut through out of a link there. He had it under control, did Meteor. He was watching it. That's a really tough angle for defenders now that they have that bench outside of A Showers. But Meteor looked away to throw his smoke. And that's when Mind Freak cuts in. It's so well timed out here by him. And he's, even Forsaken starting to pop off a little bit.
Yeah, they smell the victory right at their doorstep. It's been a tough going for both teams, but Paper X, they haven't lost a single beat here on Bind. Mind Freak at 12-3-3. Back at championship level for sure. We see Munchkin getting chased away. Paper X, they've cleared out A short. Once again, it's going to be something left on the lurk, an immediate cascade, and an immediate rotate in the works. The smoke's coming out from Brimstone just to buy time. This is just to allow them to make sure they regroup, but Devi somehow gets to spam through the wall, gets the kill onto the sky. The Showstopper won't find him just yet. And now, Gen G playing with numbers down. Something will have to hit the trip eventually. But during all of that, Paper X setting up, and look at this. Odin spam comes through once again, forces him away from backside. Gen G, they're not quite sure where to hold for post-plant. And there's a guiding light. It draws their crossers away for the anti, and Forsaken swings with it. There's a high tide. Now all down to Charon to try to hold on into the site as his teammates are busy with the flanks. Charon gets one. Meanwhile, the Dizzy pushes Meteor away. Munchkin with a trade, but he goes down. Meteor holding on, but Forsaken's there. And Paper X string together yet another for 9 on the board.
I mean, this is so incredibly well thought out here by Paper X. They get the space early, they send the long lurk again with something. But they have so much money, their max buy, that Devi's like, I'm going to grab 2 guns this round. I'm going to grab an Odin and a rifle, because he swapped out after he got that first kill. And they just know. They know where Gen.G wants to go, so they give that space up willingly. It's something we've been doing time and time again on this map, and it works every time. It's such a great game plan here drawn up by Alex and Paper Rex, because they have so many answers. And Gen.G finally feels like maybe we've got some comfort. We can get that B post plant. Yeah, you got to call the second timeout. What are you going to do?
Yeah, trying to hold on to it for as long as possible. But you let go of another round here, and it all comes down to the pistol round in the second half. So Gen.G now hoping for the ever infamous 9-3 score line to carry them over into the second half. You can see on Meteor's face, they haven't been pushed this far in a long time. I mean, I would say even at the Grand Finals of Masters Madrid, it started to slip away near the end, but it felt like they always had a fighting chance.
Yeah, until that last map. I mean, that was really, up until then, you know, the backbreaker was split. It felt like for sure for Gen.G, but they were fighting through the nail through those first 4 maps, no doubt. This is absolutely the most they've been tested. I'm with you, Will. This has been just absolutely brilliant to watch Paper Rex's game plan for this, because Gen.G has not been able to find answers. It's always these stacked pushes that Paper Rex is willing to do, because they're happy to scrap with you. They're happy to take those big death ball battles and see if they can come out and just rely on their tremendous individual mechanics to get them over the line. And then if that doesn't happen, they start taking tons of map space, and then they have answers for when they give that space up. It's whether it's an Odin or just, you know, good play, good cautious play by Mindfreak or Forsaken. All of these things working so well for Paper Rex.
So Gen.G this time, perhaps trying to use the timeout as a bit of a mind game, making sure that they don't actually lose the tempo. They're going to pick it up just a little bit. They've already tried to clear Hookah. They take a headshot, but it's going to be an answer right back from Munchkin. So Texture low, but something down as Gen.G leads 5-4 in numbers. Texture lands right outside of that link all the way to defender spawn. Now they'll get the spike down. They have the orbital strike. They've got the tools to finally get around, but the Cove comes in and tries to fill it again, but Forsaken's ready for it. One step ahead yet again. The Reckoning will tie up Lakia. It's going to be the pop flash. You'll be good for one, but it's going to be another cascade. Vision now blurred away from Gen.G. Orbital strike has to be used to buy time. The spray to ensure it allows Devi to close the gap. 2v3 for Paper Rex. Devi, can he get the kills he needs to protect his teammate? No, it's going to finally be a 3-man win for Gen.G as they put their first win on the board.
Yeah, good tempo change here for Gen.G. No longer playing cautious. And the fact that Paper Rex doesn't take Hookah control early this time costs them a little bit. You know, Yas something gets a dink, but he's caught on the way out by Munchkin. Good read by Forsaken there, knowing that Texture was going to get aggressive into that Cove. Shorty at the ready well before Texture was pushing in there. Then he's able to find a couple big kills, a good cascade, take a little bit of space, an early tap of the spike to try to bait out that ultimate. Do a lot of good things there, does Paper X, but it's just deeper this time for Gen.G, and that first kill is huge for them. The fact that they come out of that and are able to get into a much more comfortable post plant. Look at him trying to hide from Mindfreak. Not sure if he got spotted or not by that.
He still gets one. That's the best that Gen.G could have hoped for. So now a 1-for-1 trade. You heard all the TPs. Gen.G, what's the plan here? They're trying to push the defender spawn, but the spike is already dropped by Lakia. He's caught unawares away from his teammates. There's the flash towards backside, and the showstopper will be the one to secure the kill. Texture noted as well. He's tied up now in a crossfire between 4 members of Paper Rex, and Jing grows the crosshairs, gets the kill himself, and the judge will not do anything as justice is served by Paper Rex.
Last round before the switch.
The judge v judge to finish it. But really interesting here. We're watching Forsaken's perspective on A. He gets that kill, swings the box, can't steady his aim over on the other side, and then Jing has the showstopper and he pulls off. He doesn't want to give up that extra kill, so he swings back to the box and trusts Jing to take care of it. So great coordination between these two players, as you would expect. Been playing together for so long. Just the bromance there between Forsaken and Jing coming through. I mean, this is unbelievably dominant right now.
That's something that everyone around the world started to notice, right? It wasn't about individual player skill level or anything like that, but these are just soulmates now back in form, playing together, and Texture's trying to tear apart the link between those two. Jing now goes down. Gen.G trying to take over the site, but they haven't quite cleared Hookah just yet. Something's still lurking around with the judge. He finds a site briefly of Meteor. Now just trying to keep him tied up. Something will continue to push away. Spike still not planted just yet. The site surrounded by Paper X.
Spike planted.
Something trying to throw a curveball, going all the way around B long, but Karon will swing out, get two. The rookie putting some numbers back on the board, trying to bring home just one more round, trying to keep the hope alive for Gen G as all 5 remaining members will hold on to dear life here on the site.
Last
Mind
player
Freak
standing.
gets one through the spam, but it looks impossible. As cold as he can get, it's just too many targets, and Texture with 3. It's going to be a 2 to 10 half. Paper X leading with 8.
Yeah,
Switching
the
sides.
only real success Gen G finds in the entire half is those fast B hits. Everything else just didn't really work because Paper X was reading them throughout, or at least making their own reads off of the information in the space that they're gathering. Just absolutely mind-blowing stuff that Paper X does in that half. Every step and turn, it felt like Paper X was reading the situations incredible. It felt like the discipline and the protocols that they prepared for this map were really, really good, especially when there was pressure on that lone player who was left to a site by themselves, whether it be Forsaken or Mind Freak or Devi or whoever. They're able to play it really cautiously, buy some time for the rest of their team to make those long flanks, make those rotates, cut players off, get them in unexpected positions. That's something that Paper X could do better than anybody else.
See how it comes into play in the second half, as Gen G will desperately need to win this pistol round if they want any hope. Lots of fans from all across the entire country here in Korea coming to watch. We had a fan earlier, I think from Daegu, about 4 to 5 hours away to watch this match. And what a match it's been so far, but win or lose, the fans would surely hope for a bit more fight from Gen G here in map 3 on Bind.
Well, it is their defender side, and certainly Bind a defender-sided map, even in Pacific. So, work to be done by Paper X for sure, and a must-win pistol for Gen G. Or else you're going to have to go for a force buy of some kind. Let's see what they want to do. Looks like some kind of hookah pressure is going to be established. Maybe Devi setting up Jing on the blast packs. Something like that. Although there are no blast packs to be found. I take it back. Jing's got the boombot and a...
Yeah, just a ghost.
HLs. Yeah, just a ghost. So, hold that thought. Sometimes looking to see if there's going to be any aggression here.
Oh, both sides waiting for it. I mean,
Yeah.
Paper X, they've had to deal with T1 pushing out a lot as well from that hookah position. And of course, back at the grand finals of kickoff, Gen G also playing quite aggressively here on the defensive half. Gen G, the one with pressure as well, down 2 to 10. So Paper X will wait. They'll gladly wait. And of course, on the pistol, they could always just deathball it, try to win by numbers. But little do they know that the stack is on the B side. Cypher set up on A to just allow Texture to buy time. Snakebite at the ready. It's going to be a crossfire with Karon, but Karon has to make sure that he's not the one that's first spotted. The Snakebite has to be good, but it's a wide swing out. But the flash actually gets everybody. Keeps Karon alive. He's going to be hit by the paint shells. Eventually has no exit. But time bought by Gen G. Paper X, do they go for a rotate or do they stick to their guns? They've noted multiple people in hookah, but they're still not aware how many could actually be here on the B site. Now re-clearing main, only 30 seconds.
left.
If they were to TP away, they'd have to do it on a snap as they run into more members, and they're just looking to flood. The Dizzy goes down, the Trailblazer heads, but Munch gets good with the spam. The pop flash, but Lakia just continues to spam on a rhythm and gets 2 through the toxic screen.
Okay, there you go. I feel like Paper X actually read this pretty well, but you know, Munchkin just well prepared with that Snakebite, shuts down that push through hookah. It was a good idea from Paper X, but not really able to find that value off that flash from Devi that they would have liked. It connected, but they weren't able to get the kills. Then Lakia is just full blind, gets 2 through there, and okay, a good hold. Now Paper X, mostly classics, a Sheriff for Devi. It's going to be the only purchase outside of utility. And let's see what can be done by Paper X. See how much damage they can get. Camera in showers, so it's going to note this here.
Yeah, not quite clear just yet, but he heard all the utilities. So Meteor actually cutting sound, not letting them know that he's actually emptied the area. And now, realizing no more checks to Cam, realize the shower's been let go by Paper X. They send the reinforcements over to B. Paper X this time, it's a little bit of push and pull. They put the pressure onto Showers, now going back to main, but this gives them full control of that TP. They could rotate back to the spike over on the A side any given moment.
Seeing if maybe they could get Meteor lurking. They're going to confirm.
Trying to just create some space for his teammates, but they can't quite. Oh, Karan does find sight right through the toxic screen of his own, and now the high tide comes in. Meteor's ready for it right outside of Showers. Can he get the kills? So he's trying to go through. Waiting for the timing. Texture will push them away with the paint shells, trying to just make sure that they clear the plant. They do. And Meteor, he's going to land the first one. He lands the second and the third. And it's a quad for Meteor as they now get a 4th round win.
Yeah, great discipline here from Gen.G. Nobody over-aggresses. Great anticipation of where that hit was going to be. Texture perfect with the paint shells. Makes it way more difficult for that plant to come down for Paper X. Meteor using that high tide against Paper X very, very nicely. Something, again, every once in a while you see this with Paper X, where they don't check angles, they don't check corners, they pay the price. Now, it is the eco, so not too much to worry about just yet, but you still have a fearsome buy to come up against with Gen.G. A judge in hand for Karan, a bunch of bulldogs and rifles. This is a big round now. Can Gen.G start to turn this map around?
Oh, we've seen this at the Grand Finals kickoffs as well. There's the Dizzy. He doesn't quite find it. It bounces right off the wall way too early, but now they know about the judge, so Paper X not looking to deal with that today in Hookah. That'll force him back away. Already trying to take control of Showers. Senses the cam, destroys that, and this is where Gen.G will start to have to make some snap decisions. The camera no longer giving them free control of Showers. Munchkin fills it. Forsaken goes for a swing, and he actually wins the duel out. And that's the cue for Paper X to start pushing in. A long-range kill onto Heaven on Meteor as well. Texture, he's caught right in the middle of the site. He has to make sure that he clears his angles, but he can't. Lamb's already taken over as well. And Paper X, they swarm the site. High tide out to secure even more. Jing past it. Greeting for yet another kill. Wants to get close to that showstopper as soon as possible. Finds the angle. Notices it's Judge.
So tough. So tough. Although Lakia just bypassing something there. So some damage still could be done. He's only got a Bulldog. Fishing to see if he can get that gun upgrade maybe before the round is over.
I mean, they'll take anything right now because they need to scrap together everything possible to try to continue here. So many teleports coming in. Lakia's a little scared about this one. Not quite ready for it. Chooses to go for the double-triple, but only good for 1 kill. No gun upgrade, and Karan will die to the spike as well.
Yep, now it's starting to look rather dire for Gen.G. Thought maybe with that buy they could get something done, but really nice anticipation of that position by Paper X. Having it in the back of their minds that sometimes there's a player behind that box with the judge, and the Dizzy notes it. When they pull off and they start winning 1v1s, Jake gets into that angle in U-Haul, but really Forsaken winning that 1v1 against Munchkin makes things so much easier because that Showers control lost. Then you're able to get deep into sight, cover Heaven from there. At moments like that, that Paper X is so good and so confident in, every team in the world struggles against that.
Yeah, it's going to be the same cam here for Showers once again. I mean, obviously, gets him a lot of information right up until it's cleared, so we'll see if it ever gets pressured this time. But it looks like just a straight set execute from Paper X in the works. Mosh will land in front of Showers, trying to push them away. They're going to wait until the poison cloud is about to diminish. There goes the Dizzy. It's going to be the blast back in over the truck. Uses a cove for cover as well. And he lands safely into Lamps. The left side of the site taken over. Waiting to see if there's a peek out, but Meteor not going to fight the bait just yet. Just waiting for backup to arrive as Karan already goes down. Tags 1, that gives Meteor the first kill. In Showers, Lakia good to cover on Lamps as well. Spike still not planted. It's going to be a rush to TP over. Munchkin's ready for it. They see the pings coming in from the neural depth. That's 1. Can he get the second? He wants to buy time. Cannot get the kills, but dwindles the numbers down. 3v2 for Gen.G. Paper X double swing out from Hookah. They will continue to charge forward. They don't want to miss a single beat. Something actually gets 1 kill. Now a 2v1 on the site. Meteor has to come in for backup. They need to get this crossfire right now for Gen.G. Lakia gets 1. Dizzy noted, and something wants to isolate the angles, wants to group them together. He's going to go for the far wraparound. The spike planted for him an elbow. He'll wait to see if a push comes through. Gen.G not quite aware where he's exited. Neither of them checking elbow. He gets 1, realizes he's not going to get the transfer. Thrash at the ready, sends it on a timing. Doesn't matter if he's, but he's going to wait. Jumps over it on the box, and Meteor heads up play over the Thrash. gets the absolute read to keep Gen G alive.
The big brain counterplay from Meteor. Knew the thrash was coming and gets above it. That's something that you expect Paper Rex to do, that kind of play, and Meteor outdoes him. I love this.
He was jumped up right before the thrash even activates, right? Just knows it's coming, given that something hides away. Knows that something's not one to shy away from a fight. And something for once punished for trying to play it safer in a round.
You love it. I mean, I thought something played that great. He couldn't use the thrash in the 1v2. I really like that execute from Paper X, even though it doesn't really work out, where they use the high tide in the cove so Jing can safely blast pack to make sure that they can set up a crunch into U-Hauls. Didn't really come to fruition in that round. Execute was cool. You don't see very many teams quite do it like that, so nice little piece of work there. Opening trade, good for Meteor.
Oh, there's the showstopper. Can't get away from that, though. As Meteor was trapped in back of sight. Now Gen G still trying to hold on to the back side. They will have control of it for now. As Paper X, they try to push through, but Texture and Munchkin are good with their shots. Something trades for one, but it's still a 3v2 advantage for Gen G. Now Showers control and backside control for Gen G. They're going to start to pressure onto the spike. The Molly already having gone down. Paper X, they will have to fight for this round, and Mindfreak gets dinged. Something tries to go for the trade, but Charon gets one, and Texture gets the other. And Gen G will start to try to string together a couple more rounds.
Okay, stabilizing a little bit as Gen G. Starting to look really good in these holds. Able to just kind of weather the util storm that gets thrown their way. Meteor winning a big opening duel. Yeah, he gets taken down by the showstopper, but that makes it a lot harder for Paper X to push space on the backside of this plant. So calm, so collected. Stinger does some damage. Now it is finally going to be time for Paper X to take a timeout of their own. Try to see if they can dial up something a little bit special, a little bit unique. I think the money might be a little bit wanting for Paper X in this round.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any type of force up. Of course, quite a few rounds ahead, but not quite at match point just yet. So Paper X will have to make some of the tougher decisions. If they want to go for a bit of a Hail Mary, or if they will choose to let this one slide and regroup. As we see Gen G regaining some confidence. You saw some laughter on the side of Gen G during halftime, despite the scoreline. Impressive, just having faith in their ability to defend here on Vine, waiting for that half to switch. Alex, looking a lot more calm today than usual as well. We'll see how long that lasts. It wasn't earlier, that's true. And I feel like there's probably a reason we didn't see too many of his cams during Lotus either. Perhaps a bit more animated during that time.
They're going to be able to string together a few rifle purchases. The rest is going to be Sheriffs or Paper X, but you know, we see it all the time with these two teams. Thrifty buys, they're actually going to downgrade to a Spectre, but thrifty buys are something to be feared, no doubt about it. And Charon does have that orbital strike in case things get dicey for Gen G on the post plan or something like that. But
I mean, anything to buy time.
yeah, exactly.
Right? You got the pit coming up soon as well. Meanwhile, Paper X, they're close to another thrash, so could be something that they're working towards. They'll actually go towards the Seekers this time for a divide, now 2 points away, and they plant Jing. Now, Meteor changed up his cam position. Doesn't want to lose control of Showers too early. Finally gets taken out, though. Realizes the lurk from Jing very deep. Ruins the plan for Paper X as well.
Yeah, they're pinging Hookah, so they were either thinking about trying to go for some kind of hit, maybe similar to the previous round, kind of set up some kind of crunch there. Didn't really get necessarily accounted for by Gen G as nobody was in that position. So maybe just a reattempt at it. Texture close to that. It is going to be different, a very different high tide. Try to give them the ability to take a little bit of space, maybe set up some crossfires. Texture trying to go for the early spam on the back of that poison cloud coming through from Munchkin. Here we go.
They're all decayed, but they have to destroy the tripwire. That's the cue for Texture to fire off once again. So all these smokes on the side of Gen G doing their job. Dizzy taken down, tries to clear the wingman. He actually gets it, goes for the blast back, stays alive. That means so much, but eventually he gets wrapped around. Now the orbital strike with the pop flash comes in, something able to stabilize Zane before the cyber cage comes up. Locky is here for backup. Now a 3v3, but weapons upgraded for Paper X. Spike will go down. Paper X get another lease in this round 18. Something spots the side of Munchkin on that jiggle. Munchkin as well goes for the check, but it's the spray down from Jing and Mindfreak. And now the IGL of Gen G all alone. Gets one, but can't get the second. Mindfreak with another triple kill. Multi-kills galore for the controller of Paper Rex as he brings them
Match
to
point.
match point.
Yeah, there's good ideas here from Gen G. The trap wire
Right there.
placed inside of those smokes so it can never really be identified. Good hold there from Texture and a great blast pack to get out of a potentially really bad situation, but the coordination off the back of using that ultimate doesn't seem to be quite accounted for by Gen G. And that costs Meteor his life because he's going for the cyber cage. He's going for utility. Doesn't expect something to be pushing out that side of that ultimate. That costs him his life, and that might have cost him the round.
Going to be that Odin coming out just to pressure Gen G. Sure, a quick swing out, but not going to be able to pick up that weapon upgrade just yet. And that Odin is just mowing down Gen G. Devi letting them know that they will not push out ever again on this map as it's about to end in the hand of Paper Rex. Seekers used. Lakia stuck in guarded. He will get surrounded.
enemy
And
remaining.
Meteor is too far away. Lakia goes down. Meteor all alone with just a Gen G Classic and a Stinger. Is it going to be enough against 4 members of Paper Rex? Quickly trying to go. Maybe try to get a weapon upgrade. Wants to go all the way for a rotate. Now it's going to be the orbital strike coming down. Paper Rex, they really want to just end this map right here, right now. And by pushing out this far, they should be aware, even without a TP, that it's going to be a deep lurk around. Phantom picked up, but so much time spent. Forsaken, he hears it. He's ready for it. Mind Freak there for the trade in case things go awry. Meteor would have to be a 180 flick of his lifetime to get this. He finds one, trying to spray down, but too much time. Forsaken swings out. And Paper Rex answer back, putting down their claim to the throne once again in BCT Pacific as they win 2-1 against Gen G.
Creative stuff here from Paper Rex. What a game plan they had on their defender side of mine, completely shutting down Gen G other than 2 rounds where Gen G had to turn up the pace. And yeah, it looked good coming out of Lotus for Gen G. You think going into Icebox, a map that Paper Rex has been shying away from for a very long time, other than when they picked it last year, sort of give it a farewell as it left the map pool, but now it's back. They look pretty darn good on that map, going up against a very tough Icebox team. But Bind was really the icing on the cake for Paper Rex. Just unbelievable the way they played it. Unbelievable.
Absolutely recovering their own flavor, their own color, and giving all the Paper Rex fans here, both in Korea and traveling from abroad, something to cheer for in a tough matchup to kick off week 2. Yeah,
Jig hit his hand a little bit.
yeah, it looks like maybe some static or something as well. Mind Freak getting caught off guard there. He might be ice cold in the server, but not always IRL. But what a
Hai, di sini Angga Pradreja dari Malik and the Essentials. Jangan lupa dengerin single Malik and the Essentials, Kita Bikin Romantis, hanya di Spotify. Kita bikin romantis, yang paling romantis.
We decide to play confidence and we don't care.
Confidence today is really good at.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Alright, good luck today, man.
And yes, welcome back to BC Pacific. This is the T1 roster that we've been seeing playing all of this year. And yeah, they're a little bit broken, but not sorry. That doesn't matter, but not broken. I think this would have been answered like that from our player.
It's probably a really weird emotional roller coaster to be on if you're T1, but if you're a T1 fan, because you expect, okay, you've been BieL, they rebuilt, they do look stronger, and still have a bunch of over, and kickoff in T1 was a good team.
original Spotify, kisah horor The Secret Riana, kumpulan kisah horor legenda dan mitos lokal Indonesia dengan twist mengerikan yang tak terduga. Mengangkat isu sosial saat ini, mulai dari mengalahkan patriarki hingga melawan konspirasi teori yang melibatkan pejabat negara. Ketik kisah horor The Secret Riana di kolom pencarian dan dengarkan episode yang diinginkan gratis di Spotify atau download untuk didengarkan nanti.
Saat ini kamu mendengarkan musik dalam mode shuffle dengan pengalaman Spotify Free. Jelajahi cara mendengarkan playlist dan album favoritmu dalam urutan apa saja tanpa perlu mendengarkan jeda iklan dengan Spotify Premium.
The shots. Still doable considering the health on Mako. He can whittle down the numbers. DRX, they're just not giving him an angle at all. Liquid Bane is tucked away right behind that crate. He's taking a little bit of damage. Not much at all.
Bisa gitu, Bas. Ya, ketahuan dong. Duh. Ih, Ace. Aduh. Masih di situ. Udih. Nice. Oh, udah nih, kalah nih. Nice. 41. Ya elah. Izunya sih mantep. Main di split. Gila, bisa. ngejar aku. Buset.
Halo semuanya. Halo. Horor yang dikemas dengan gaya khas podcast Malam Kliwon. Horor bisa, humor ada.
Dengerin ya di Spotify, udah gratis. Kalian bisa dengerin episode berapapun yang kalian mau. Bisa juga di-download untuk didengarkan kapan aja. Oke?
Oke banget. Pokoknya dengerin terus ya podcast Malam Kliwon
Eksklusif
eksklusif
di
di
Spotify.
Spotify.
Pegang kendali untuk mengatur suasana dari awal hingga akhir dengan Spotify Premium. Dengarkan semua playlist dan album favoritmu dalam urutan apa saja, dan download lagu untuk didengarkan offline tanpa jeda iklan. Dengarkan musik tanpa gangguan. Ketuk banner untuk mempelajari selengkapnya.
Time and time again, multiple rounds of going with no value.
Tidak perlu menebak-nebak lagu apa yang akan diputar selanjutnya. Nonaktifkan shuffle untuk mendengarkan playlist dan album dari awal hingga akhir sambil menikmati musik tanpa gangguan. Nikmati lebih banyak cara untuk terus bersenang-senang dengan Spotify Premium. Ketuk banner untuk mempelajari selengkapnya.
Showers being given just a bit. Goes back out. Great talk on the players. Loud on his post. Love this change from BRX with the Cypher utility. Now over on the B. Expecting to be putting pressure on T1. This is really now very, very tricky. And now Dax is waiting with his ultimate for this to execute.
sini Angga Pradreja dari Malik and the Essentials. Jangan lupa dengerin single Malik and the Essentials, Kita Bikin Romantis, hanya di Spotify. Kita bikin romantis, yang paling romantis.
Make matters worse, it's Saya, one of the players who can maybe try to quickly challenge Buzz's off angle with some flashbacks of his own, who's taken out. The follow-up just shut down into a comfort. Generosity, we gotta be honest. Yeah, pushing it out. Showstopper there. Getting these rewards. Get a lot of showstopper.
Pushes out of T1. Good TP. That control is maintained. Now you got players starting to slide back towards the A site. Still though, one on alert is Saya. He's gonna hold here, maybe until the execute comes through. Catch him a little off guard at times.
concerned. Bane's so dialed in, man. He's just ready to play. You know, the fist bumps are secondary.
Yeah, I mean, he's been fiending for this opportunity to play at the top of the stages here in Korea. And now he's squandering this opportunity. Early order T1 trying to push out, just going for dry contact. They both get one right for the main flash. It's enough just about time. No, it's not. Buzz catches him on the exit. T1 grabs the entry. Another kill. That's a double attack for Buzz. He's now in the flow state. Gets a triple kill. Trying to open up the sight wall on his own. Nice from Biehl. Calls the spike. Still holding the site in case he can stop. Look at this. Bane still holding right by, but it doesn't matter. It's just kills across the map. 11-5 for DRX. Unbelievable read there by Buzz. Gets backed up by the flashback of Saya and still feels like they probably have enough time to do this. They're trying to cover him. Still works. Buzz able to find Bolt and then immediately just says, well, I'm going to try flashback to my own here. And Carpe
GG. Buset. Buset, sakit amat ya. What? Lah elah. Timing. Waduh. Sisanya kena 40 doang. GG. Waduh, biasa nih. Aduh. Lah, B. What? Gua nggak bersuara. GG. Gendut ya udahlah.